Chapter 141. Yang Kai waited here for 3 days before Hu Mai-er and Hu Jiao-er finally reacted. 2 golden lights suddenly burst out from the empty stone wall, then disappeared into the top of their heads. At the same time, the Yuan Qi in their bodies began to riot at the same time, producing a trace of resonance at this moment. The entire cave was filled with a humming sound. Yang Kai's expression was dignified as he raised his eyes to look at them. He saw a brilliant light flowing from their bodies, as if the Yuan Qi in their bodies had fused together. First, it circulated around Hu Jiao-er on the left, then it circulated to Hu Mai-er on the right. Gradually, the fluctuations of the 2 women's Yuan Qi became exactly the same. The Yuan Qi gradually calmed down until it finally returned to normal. The 2 sisters exhaled a long breath and opened their eyes at the same time. They looked at each other with unconcealable excitement and surprise in their beautiful eyes. "Congratulations to the 2 of you." Yang Kai's congratulatory voice sounded. He had been waiting here for a few days and had discovered some things. For some unknown reason, the 2 sisters had coincidentally obtained the inheritance here. However, this inheritance was not the old demon's. According to the old demon, in the war that year, countless experts died here, so there should be more than one inheritance in this Heaven's Cave inheritance. Hu Jiao-er and Hu Mai-er were lucky enough to obtain one of them. Hearing Yang Kai's congratulatory voice, the 2 sisters turned their heads at the same time and said almost in unison, "Thank you." After saying that, the 2 of them looked at each other and suddenly smiled together. Yang Kai was stunned, not because of their beauty, but because at this moment, he could not tell who was Hu Mai-er and who was Hu Jiao-er. The 2 of them seemed to have really become one, and there was no difference. "Now do you know who I am?" The beauty on the left looked at Yang Kai with a smile, her eyes flashing with pride and slyness. "Miss Jiao-er." Yang Kai chuckled. The beauty wrinkled her nose and said with some dissatisfaction, "You guessed blindly, right?" "Miss Mai-er wouldn't ask me this kind of thing," Yang Kai explained. Hu Jiao-er rolled her eyes at him. "I didn't expect you to know my little sister so well." Hu Mai-er, who was on the right, blushed upon hearing this. She glanced at Yang Kai and saw that his expression was normal. Only then did she feel less awkward. "No matter what, I have to thank you this time." Hu Jiao-er smiled sweetly. When Yang Kai was guarding them, their entire minds were immersed in the opportunity, and they didn't have the slightest ability to resist. If Yang Kai had any ill intentions towards them at that time, these 2 sisters wouldn't have been able to escape. But from the beginning to the end, Yang Kai just stood by the door and did not move. They meditated for 3 days, while Yang Kai stood there for 3 days. Perhaps because of this, Hu Jiao-er couldn't help but find Yang Kai more pleasing to the eye. Her tone was also gentler than before. Hu Jiao-er thought to herself, "This stinking brat isn't that hateful after all." "You're welcome. Let's leave this place first." Yang Kai wanted to go out a few days ago, but was delayed by these 2 for a long time. Naturally, he was in an urgent mood now. "En." The 2 nodded and followed Yang Kai out. Passing by the place where the exotic flowers and rare herbs grew, the 2 sisters naturally plucked them. Since these things were said to be compensation for them, Yang Kai naturally didn't want to touch them. The harvest of the yin-yang monster ginseng was enough. Yang Kai had already inquired the old demon about the use of this world spirit treasure. It was of great benefit to him. It contained both yin and yang qi. It could be used in medicine, refined into pills, or consumed. However, its greatest use was to increase one's cultivation speed. But there was a prerequisite, and that was that he had to find another woman who cultivated a yin attribute cultivation method. He had to form a bond with her and share the yin-yang monster ginseng's medicinal effects. When he and the woman's hearts were connected, the yin-yang demon ginseng would automatically split into 2 types of energy and disperse into the woman's and his body. With the yin-yang monster ginseng's medicinal effects, he and the woman's hearts would become one. When they cultivated together, the 2's cultivation speed would increase. This condition was a bit harsh. How difficult would it be to find such a woman in the world? Because of this, the yin-yang monster ginseng was only a mysterious level high-grade spirit treasure. But for those who met the conditions, its value was simply immeasurable. The yin-yang monster ginseng only grew in strange places where yin and yang qi coexisted. It had an instinctive affinity with yin qi and yang qi. Yang Kai had the true yang secret art, so his body was filled with true yang yuan qi. It was also a good explanation for why it stayed in Yang Kai's chest. In these 3 days, Yang Kai also sent a drop of yang liquid to the yin-yang monster ginseng. After the yin-yang monster ginseng absorbed the yang liquid, its facial features showed a touch of enjoyment, and it became more and more reluctant to leave Yang Kai. After waiting for a while, Hu Jiao and Hu Mai finished gathering the herbs. The two of them discussed and took out half of the herbs to share with Yang Kai. Yang Kai refused. "I took your things, you took mine. No one suffered a loss, so you don't have to share with me." Hu Jiao stared at him for a long time, then pursed her lips and smiled. "Silly boy, don't take it, and these are not yours. We worked hard to gather them." Yang Kai also smiled. "Ladies, why don't you tell me what's going on outside?" He stayed here for more than 10 days and knew nothing about the outside world. Naturally, he wanted to inquire. "Don't call us ladies, it sounds weird." Hu Jiao frowned. "Just call us Jiao and Mai. If you feel apologetic, you can also call me elder sister Jiao. Then I'll call you by your names." Yang Kai nodded. "Let's walk and talk." Hu Jiao glared at him. As the two sisters chattered, Yang Kai gradually began to understand the events that had transpired in the past 10 days. Although the 3 sects' thousands of disciples had entered this place from different places, with the passage of time, everyone had slowly gathered at the central location. Many people had obtained benefits here, but many had also died. In the past 10 days, the 3 sects' disciples had gathered into 3 forces. Under the leadership of their respective sects' experts, they had encircled and annihilated a few powerful monster beasts. There were a total of 9 monster beasts, each one of which had reached the 6th stage. However, because they had been sealed for too long and had just awakened, these monster beasts' true strength was not very high. The disciples of the 3 sects could kill them and obtain the treasures guarded by the monster beast. The yin-yang monster ginseng that Yang Kai had obtained was one of the treasures guarded by a monster beast. However, it was intelligent and felt that something was wrong, so it fled in advance. The two sisters chased it all the way here, where they met Yang Kai and obtained their own opportunity. When we left, 8 of the 9 monster beasts had already been killed, leaving only one in the central location. That one is stronger, probably at the peak of the 6th stage. For the time being, no one dares to have any ideas about it. Hu Jiao laughed. "For the treasures guarded by these monster beasts, the disciples of the 3 sects have all gone crazy." Hu Mai nodded fiercely. Yes, you don't know how powerful those people were when they stole the treasures." The two of them were now speaking very interestingly. One sentence after another, the connection between them was flawless. It sounded as if they were speaking at the same time, as if they were waiting for the right moment. Not long after, the 3 of them walked out of the cave together. Just as they walked out, an angry roar came from afar. It was the roar of a beast. The dull sound was like the sound of a war drum, shaking the earth. The 3 people's expressions changed. Hu Jiao said, "Which side has the guts to provoke it?" According to what she said, the only remaining monster beast was at the peak of the 6th stage. The peak of the 6th stage was equivalent to the peak of the immortal ascension boundary. Even if it had been sealed for countless years and was in a weakened state, it was not something that the disciples of the 3 sects could resist. During this time, the disciples of the 3 sects had killed the other 8 monster beasts and suffered heavy losses. If they really faced this monster beast, no one could stop it. They could only be slaughtered. "Let's go and take a look." Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he dashed over. Hu Jiao and Hu Mai also used their movement skills and followed closely behind. Not long after, the 2 sisters were abreast of Yang Kai. Turning his head to look at them, Yang Kai couldn't help but be surprised. He found that the 2 people's breathing rate was exactly the same while running. He didn't know what kind of mysterious footwork contained, but it actually allowed the weakest of them, Hu Jiao, to keep up with her sister's speed without the slightest sign of breathlessness. What kind of opportunity did they obtain in the cave? It actually had such a miraculous effect. Yang Kai stared at them for a long time. The beauty on the left couldn't help but blush. Why do you keep looking at us? Ah. Are you Jiao or my? Yang Kai really couldn't tell. The beauty giggled, her eyes fluttering. I'm my. The other beauty quickly said, I'm my. Sister, don't talk nonsense. Why are you calling me sister? You're the sister. The one on the left suddenly became anxious. Don't mess around. He really can't recognize us. I'm not messing around. Sister, don't confuse him. Yang Kai felt dizzy and almost fell down. The two sisters suddenly laughed together. This laugh immediately made Yang Kai realize that he was played by them. He couldn't help but feel helpless and could only keep silent. I was just joking. You won't be angry, right? It was unknown whether it was Hu Jiao or Hu my who asked. No. Yang Kai shook his head. Then why are you so serious? Smile. Yang Kai dryly coughed, his expression cold as he ignored them. After running for dozens of miles, the three of them finally arrived at the location of the beast's roar. Looking closely, not only was Yang Kai stunned on the spot, but even Hu Jiao and Hu my were also stunned. Not far in front of them, there was a huge turtle-shaped monster beast. It was more than 100 feet tall and 300 feet long. Its body was like a moving hill, running and trampling on the ground. With every step it took, the ground trembled incessantly. On its back was a thick carapace with deep grooves and crisscrossing patterns that seemed to tell the vicissitudes of time. On its back was a long tail like a meteor hammer. Its speed was not very fast, but every step it took covered a distance of more than 100 feet. Its mountain-like body rampaged in the vicinity, and its tail swung back and forth like a meteor hammer, bringing with it an unparalleled force, bringing with it gusts of fierce wind. Roars constantly came out from its mouth. In mid-air, hundreds of people were fiercely attacking, but no one was able to stop its pace. With an invincible momentum, every attack and roar made everyone tremble in fear. Chapter 142. Yang Kai saw many familiar faces in the sky. Su Yang, Xiahong Chen, and Lan Chudai were among them. Most of the others looked familiar. These people were all High Heaven Pavilion's disciples. The Blood Group Stormhouse's people were hiding in the distance. They were pointing at the battlefield, rejoicing in other people's misfortune. Among the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples, Su Yang was the strongest. Wherever the holy white figure passed, snow would fall. However, even Su Yang couldn't cause any effective damage to the turtle-shaped monster beast. She tried her best, but could only use her cold yuan qi to slightly slow down the monster beast's speed, reducing the casualties of the High Heaven Pavilion's disciples. The monster beast's defense was too strong. Although its speed was relatively slow, its turtle shell and thick skin were the best defensive artifacts. These yuan qi cultivators couldn't even break its defense. In the field, there were many corpses, all of which belonged to High Heaven Pavilion's disciples. It was actually High Heaven Pavilion's disciples who provoked it. Hu Jiao frowned. Su Yang is not that kind of reckless person. While she was puzzled, a young man rushed over with a trace of surprise and undisguised love in his eyes. However, when he saw the two women standing together intimately with Yang Kai, he couldn't help but frown. Jiao. The young man stopped in front of the two women and looked at them. He couldn't tell which one was Hu Jiao, so he could only rely on his intuition. Long Jun, what's the matter? The other person suddenly asked. It turned out that this was Hu Jiao. Long Jun didn't feel embarrassed and just gloated. High Heaven Pavilion actually took the initiative to provoke it. I don't know why, but it actually chased after these people, which led to the current scene. Su Yang provoked it. Hu Jiao was extremely surprised. Not Su Yang, it was Xiahong Chen. Long Jun laughed and said, "This idiot led a group of people to take advantage of the time when the monster beast was resting. They wanted to go in and steal the treasure it was guarding. They didn't expect to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Several people died before they could escape in distress." Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He asked, what did Xiahong Chen get? If he hadn't obtained something, how could he have provoked this monster beast to chase after him? Long Jun looked at Yang Kai arrogantly and said impatiently, "Who are you? Answer his question. I also want to know." Hu Jiao faintly glanced at him. Long Jun quickly reined in his attitude and said, I'm not too sure, but according to Xie Hongchen himself, there was nothing there at all. After the monster beast ran out, I also went to check, but there was nothing. Hu Jiao sneered, it's impossible for there to be nothing. It must have been taken away by Xie Hongchen and is unwilling to take it out. Long Jun nodded slightly, I think so too. But now that Xie Hongchen had not been handed over, the High Heaven Pavilion disciples could only face the monster beast's wrath. Su Yang also didn't want the High Heaven Pavilion disciples to suffer too many casualties, so she had no choice but to be dragged into the battle. This woman's ability was much higher than Xie Hongchen's, if not for her taking action. Those people would have died long ago. Relying on a woman to turn danger into safety, Xie Hongchen only has this much ability. Humaya didn't hide her disdain. Yes. Long Jun nodded again and again, Stormhouse's Fang Ziki and I also thought so. Originally, we wanted to help High Heaven Pavilion, but Xie Hongchen was unwilling to admit that he took something. It's really too infuriating. How could they not understand the principle of interdependence when the lips are gone? This turtle-shaped monster beast was so tyrannical that even Su Yang couldn't do anything to it. Unless the experts of the three sects joined forces, there was no way to eat it. But Xie Hongchen, what benefits did you obtain from the place it was guarding? Why should we help you? Fighting this monster beast without knowing anything? Blood Battle Gang and Stormhouse weren't stupid to this extent. We can help, but you have to at least tell us what you obtained. What can you give us? The reason why the Blood Battle Gang and Stormhouse's people were watching from the sidelines was also because of this idea. They were waiting for High Heaven Pavilion to be unable to hold on, then they could discuss the price. Yang Kai's eyes were fixed on the white figure in the air. Su Yang's complexion wasn't good, probably because of the huge consumption. But the lives of hundreds of High Heaven Pavilion disciples were tied to her. How could she retreat? If she retreated, at least dozens of High Heaven Pavilion disciples would die. The reason why the turtle-shaped monster beast was so slow was all because of her. Standing in mid-air, Su Yang danced in the air, her graceful figure fluttering like a butterfly. With a snap of her fingers, several small ice flowers flew out and sprinkled onto the turtle-shaped monster beast. Ka-cha-cha! Those ice flowers grew in size in an instant. Each of them had a radius of several jong. Cold air spread out, and the huge body of the turtle-shaped monster beast was suddenly covered by a layer of ice. With such a restriction, the speed of the turtle-shaped monster beast dropped another level. Countless attacks landed on its body, but they only caused some sparks to fly out from its thick and heavy shell. There was no effect at all. However, Su Yang's complexion was somewhat pale. Xie Hongchen, I'm going to ask you one last time. What did you take from it? Su Yang's pair of beautiful eyes stared at the tortoise monster beast below as she asked Xie Hongchen without turning her head. Hearing those cold and emotionless words, Xie Hongchen couldn't help but shudder. He could hear the anger hidden in Su Yang's voice. Su Yang had never been angry before, but this time was different. Seeing so many innocent High Heaven Pavilion disciples die because of this matter, as the great senior sister, how could she remain indifferent? Xie Hongchen hesitated, struggled, fear, panic, all kinds of expressions flashed across his face, but soon he became firm and said, Su Yang, do you still doubt me? If I really took something from it, why wouldn't I tell you? Hearing this, Su Yang's eyes flashed with a trace of hatred and disgust. Her cold voice rang in the ears of every High Heaven Pavilion disciple. All High Heaven Pavilion disciples, quickly retreat. Since they couldn't beat the turtle-shaped monster beast, their only choice was to escape. Although they didn't know if it would chase them, it was still the only way to survive. After Su Yang's voice rang out, many High Heaven Pavilion disciples didn't hesitate to use their movement skills and quickly fled from the turtle-shaped monster beast. The number of people attacking in the sky also rapidly decreased. One by one, they quietly retreated, but there were still many people who continued to attack. Su Yang's face became extremely dignified, coldly shouting, "Why haven't you left yet?" As soon as her voice fell, the layer of ice that sealed the turtle-shaped monster beast exploded. At this moment, the sluggish tortoise monster beast also broke free from its shackles. Its speed suddenly increased. Its huge meteor hammer tail swept through the air, and the high heaven pavilion disciples who were still fighting suddenly fell like dumplings. A few unlucky people were directly swept by this tail and directly turned into a pool of dark red meat paste. Most of them were swept up by the wind created by the tail. They all fell down in a sorry state. The turtle-shaped monster beast roared towards the sky, and as if it had the help of a god, it began to move. With red eyes, it rushed towards Su Yang. The woman in front of it had sealed it in ice again and again. It hated her to the bone, so naturally it wanted to kill her first. Su Yang's hands quickly moved, and as her hand gestures changed, a shocking chill descended from the sky, turning the entire world white as a layer of frost began to form on the ground. Everyone's eyes were now focused on Su Yang. At this moment, her pale face had an intoxicating blush to it, making her look like a real fairy. Distancing herself from the mortal world, standing above the ninth heaven, the people of the world could only look at her with admiration, and would never be able to touch her. The turtle-shaped monster beast dashed forward, roaring. It quickly closed the distance between it and Su Yang. The two were like a watermelon and a sesame seed, but the latter's eyes didn't show the slightest panic or hesitation, only indifference. A cold aura that seemed capable of freezing the entire heaven and earth suddenly condensed and fiercely rushed towards Su Yang. In the next moment, a huge white figure suddenly appeared behind Su Yang. It was Su Yang who had been enlarged countless times. A pure white dress. An exquisite and graceful body, a devastatingly beautiful face. Every part of her body had been enlarged countless times, but it was still flawless. It was breathtakingly beautiful. This huge figure's eyes were closed, but in the next moment, her eyes opened. In her eyes, there was a majestic snow mountain, and the sky was filled with snow. The sensational chill descended once again, and it was several times stronger than before. Everyone who stared at this figure couldn't help but have the illusion that they were sealed in ice, and their whole body shivered. Following Su Yang's last move, the huge figure rushed towards the turtle-shaped monster beast without hesitation. The distance between the two was less than 100 feet, and in the blink of an eye, the white figure drilled into the turtle-shaped monster beast's body. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a layer of ice appeared on the monster beast's body once again. This time, it was thicker than before, completely sealing the monster beast in ice. Its moving limbs were also frozen in the ice. Su Yang's mouth overflowed with blood. That move just now had consumed a lot of her energy. Her slender body swayed in mid-air, and in the end, she couldn't hold on and fell down. At the same time, the frozen turtle-shaped monster beast continued to rush towards Su Yang. Its body was too big, and even if it was frozen while running, it couldn't stop immediately. Su Yang's expression was calm as she fell. Her eyes reflected the turtle-shaped monster beast's body that was quickly approaching her. Her eyes were filled with regret, and longing, but there was no hatred. Cries of alarm sounded. Only at this moment did everyone recover from the shock just now. But now, the person who was regarded as a goddess by everyone was about to die. Amidst the cries of alarm, a figure that couldn't be considered strong was quickly approaching Su Yang. A faint flame appeared under his feet, dragging a faint red light as he ran. Immediately, this figure was wrapped in red light, as if he had turned into a burning fireball. His speed, which wasn't slow to begin with, increased by another level. He flew to the place where Su Yang was about to fall. His feet stomped on the ground, and his whole body shot up like an arrow released from a bow. He stretched out his hands to catch Su Yang, and then arched his body, protecting Su Yang in front of his chest, using his back to face the turtle-shaped monster beast's charge. Chapter 143. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The hundreds of people had yet to recover from the shock and confusion in their eyes when cries of surprise came out of their mouths. The red light left behind by the figure did not dissipate. Following the trajectory of the red light, they could clearly see where the figure had rushed out from and where he had jumped to catch Su Yang's falling body. The huge turtle-shaped monster beast was rushing over at lightning speed. Less than a foot in front of the turtle-shaped monster beast, a man and a woman were tightly huddled together. Looking at these two figures, it was as if one could see a kind of determination to live and die together without hesitation. At this moment, Yang Kai and Su Yang's eyes met. The latter's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, while the former's eyes only had a trace of pity and sadness. This kind of gaze made Su Yang's heart tremble. No one had ever looked at her with such eyes. When the elders looked at her, they only felt gratified and approved. When the peers looked at her, they only felt love and respect. When the younger generation looked at her, they only felt admiration and worship. Perhaps some people had looked at her with jealousy and envy. But this kind of pity and sadness was the first time Su Yang had seen in her life. She was a proud daughter of the heavens. No one was qualified to look at her like this. Was he feeling pity for her? What was he sad about? This faint pain was like a sharp needle, piercing Su Yang's frozen body and mind, causing her heart to ache. At this moment, she seemed to be able to understand why he was sad. But, so warm. This person's body was very warm. Ever since she was born, Su Yang had never experienced such a warm feeling, as if her whole body was about to melt. After cultivating the Ice Heart secret art, her body, mind, and emotions were all frozen. In her world, there was only cold, nothing else. Cold and warmth were originally opposites. She should be disgusted by the warmth of his body, so why did she have a kind of lingering feeling? Being held like this by him, even if the seas dried up and the rocks crumbled, even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, she did not want to move a finger. Su Yang involuntarily squeezed Yang Kai's clothes. Time passed again. It's Yang Kai. Hu Jiao cried out in alarm. She hadn't even noticed when Kai Yang had rushed out. Just a moment ago, she had also been shocked by Su Yang's shocking display of strength. By the time she reacted, there was no trace of Kai Yang beside her. Hu Maya covered her mouth with one hand, suppressing that cry of surprise. Her eyes trembled violently as she looked in front of the tortoise monster beast, afraid that she would see a scene that she didn't want to see. Courting death. Long Jun coldly. In the next moment, the frozen tortoise monster beast slammed into Kai Yang's arched back. Although Kai Yang had done his best to turn his body and make some evasive movements when he jumped up, his current strength was too low, so he was unable to fly. Furthermore, he had used his own momentum to counteract Su Yang's falling momentum, causing the two people's bodies to be practically frozen in the air for a moment. So this collision was unavoidable. Just as the turtle-shaped monster beast made contact with Yang Kai, his arched back moved forward. Taking advantage of this little buffer time, he minimized the damage he suffered. Peng! Yang Kai and Su Yang were sent flying like cannonballs. They flew for several tens of meters before slowly falling to the ground. The two hugged each other and rolled like a gourd. They rolled for several tens of meters before the impact on their bodies gradually disappeared. Finally coming to a stop, Yang Kai's body was battered and exhausted, his face as pale as a sheet of paper, while Su Yang, who was under his body, was completely unscathed. Only her pure white clothes were a little dirty, and her hair was a mess. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Yang Kai seemed to have lost all his strength. His head fell on Su Yang's chest. Su Yang's beautiful eyes trembled. Her heart, which was rarely filled with waves, could no longer remain calm at this moment. She slowly stretched out her hand and gently placed it on Kai Yang's head, as if she was caressing him, as if she was comforting him. Just now, Yang Kai had protected her with his own body. Almost all of the residual force from the collision had been neutralized by his body alone. Su Yang's body hadn't even hit the ground. Kai. The frozen turtle-shaped monster beast let out a teeth-numbing screech as it plowed a deep gully in the ground. It slid for several tens of meters before gradually coming to a stop, not far from Yang Kai and Su Yang. The world fell silent. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the man and woman who had fallen to the ground and were tightly hugging each other. If it were any other time, this kind of thing would have aroused the anger of countless people. No man could take advantage of Su Yang like this. Every inch of her skin was sacred and noble. The world could only look up to it, only see it from afar and not profane it. But at this moment, not only was there a man lying on top of her, he even buried his head in Su Yang's chest, smelling her fragrance and feeling her softness. Even so, no one felt there was anything wrong with it. Towards a dead person, could you be angry? Towards a dead person, What was there to be angry about? He had risked his life to save Su Yang. This was a moment of grace that he should enjoy before his death. Everyone felt that under that kind of brute force, Yang Kai would undoubtedly die. Only Xie Hongchen's eyes turned red when he saw this scene. The last time he had seen Yang Kai play with Su Yang's jade white hand, it had already caused him to go crazy with jealousy. It was like a nightmare that he could not get rid of, and every time he thought about it, he felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. But this time, this person was even more excessive, actually doing such a thing in front of so many people. How could he tolerate it? Xie Hongchen's resentment and anger burst out like a flood, almost causing him to lose all reason. Staring at Yang Kai, a thick murderous intent spread out unscrupulously. Su Yang, who was lying underneath Yang Kai, slowly raised her eyes and glared at him coldly. Xie Hongchen shuddered and suddenly sobered up. Looking down again, he was filled with annoyance and regret. If he had risked his life to save Su Yang just now, wouldn't he be the one enjoying this situation now? With his strength, even if he had been hit by that turtle-shaped monster beast, he would never have died. At most he would have been seriously injured. Exchanging his seriously injured body for Su Yang's favor, how could this be a good deal? Why? Why hadn't he reacted at that time? Why had he been so immersed in the huge illusory shadow of Su Yang that he had ignored the crisis she was in? Why hadn't this person been affected by that illusory shadow? Such a good opportunity had been missed in vain. The wind blew, and the world was bleak. Su Yang's hair and Yang Kai's robes fluttered in the wind, causing them to flutter. No one dared to step forward, everyone standing in place. Su Yang's pair of eyes looked up at the chaotic sky, whispering a song from her mouth. This song couldn't be heard by others, only by Yang Kai's ears. Her voice was ethereal, cold, and filled with a trace of yearning. Accompanied by the song, her hand gently patted Yang Kai's head over and over again, like a responsible mother coaxing her child to sleep. On the side, the huge turtle-shaped monster beast raised its forelimbs, its ferocious face frozen in ice, as if it would trample Su Yang and Yang Kai into meat paste at any time. This was a poetic and picturesque scene, but with a desolate beauty. After singing the song, Su Yang stopped and exhaled, a fragrant wind blowing Yang Kai's hair as she whispered, "You've recovered, get up." "What song is this?" Yang Kai didn't move, only a faint voice came out. His voice was weak, but it wasn't fake. Su Yang was silent for a long time before replying, "I don't know, it's a song from my memory." "It's very good." Yang Kai slowly raised his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his face pale, his body trembling, but he slowly propped himself up. Su Yang faintly glanced at him, the various emotions that originally existed in her eyes disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a bone-chilling cold. Yang Kai sighed, knowing that his senior sister had forcibly smoothed out the ripples in her heart, allowing the lake of her heart to once again return to tranquility. Reaching out his hand, he gestured to her. Su Yang reached out her small hand, and with the help of Yang Kai's pulling force, she slowly got up. Brushing her messy black hair, she tucked it behind her ear. At this moment, even though Su Yang was covered in dust and her hair was slightly disheveled, her sacred and inviolable temperament remained unchanged. How is this possible? Cries of shock finally sounded, followed by a series of cries. Everyone looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. This man, who they had thought was bound to die, at this moment unexpectedly stood up, and although he looked bleak and desolate, there was no danger to his life. Was his body made of iron? After withstanding such a blow, he actually didn't die. Over at the blood group's side, Long Jun couldn't help but be moved. Hu Jiao and Hu Mai also couldn't hold back their breaths, heavily gasping for breath. Hu Mai's face hung a trace of a relieved smile, the corner of her eyes faintly showing traces of tears. She lost her voice and murmured, "That's great, that's great." As she spoke, she unexpectedly covered her mouth and choked with sobs. Hu Jiao was stunned, her hand reaching out to wipe the corner of her eye. There was also a drop of tear there. What's going on? Hu Jiao was stunned on the spot. Although she didn't hate Yang Kai now, she was also worried about the soul-stirring scene a moment ago, but Hu Jiao knew that most people's feelings were the same as hers, no one would be indifferent. But she wouldn't cry tears of joy for an unfamiliar man escaping death, right? What's more, Although she didn't hate young Kai now, she also didn't have a good impression of him. Glancing at her sister, Hu Jiao could almost clearly feel that her heart was relieved of a great burden and relaxed after a great deal of tension. This kind of feeling was deeply felt as if it was her own. So it was like this. Hu Jiao's eyes flashed a trace of relief, but also a trace of confusion. In the Stormhouses area, Fang Ziqi's eyes were shining, and he said, "Junior Du, he didn't die." Du Yishuang's face was flushed with excitement, and she patted her chest and said, "Just now, he scared me. If he died, it would be a pity. This person is not bad." In the High Heaven Pavilion's area, Xie Hongchen's face was ashen, and his eyes were lifeless. He lamented that he didn't seize the opportunity just now, and even more so because of Yang Kai's luck with women. He was like a general who had lost a great battle, and had lost the ability to think. Chapter 144. Lan Chudi's eyes glowed as she looked towards Yang Kai. She had suffered some injuries in the battle with the turtle-shaped monster beast, and her clean clothes were stained red with her own blood. Her chest heaved up and down violently as she looked at the man and woman standing under the turtle-shaped monster beast's raised forelegs, her heart surging with emotion. Just now, the figure who had faced death without hesitation to rescue Su Yang had left a heavy mark in the hearts of almost every woman who saw this scene. Lan Chudai was naturally no exception. If there was a man who was willing to give up his life for her, so what if his strength was lower? A woman's request was sometimes very big, and sometimes very small. It was so small that just a casual sentence or a gesture could open her heart and let her keep his figure and appearance in her heart. If the woman standing under the monster beast at this moment was herself, how happy would that be? But when she remembered her previous attitude towards him, Lan Chudi's eyes flashed with a trace of sadness as she smiled bitterly. "Do you still have the strength to fight?" Yang Kai asked Su Yang from the monster beast's side. "No." Su Yang slowly shook her head. "We have to leave quickly. This monster beast's vitality is very tenacious. I can only freeze it for half a cup of tea's time. If we don't leave now, it will be too late." "Where do you want to go?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Before, it was chasing Xie Hongchen, but now I'm afraid it will chase you. Unless you leave this place, you won't be able to escape." "Then I will leave. I can't let all the High Heaven Pavilion disciples suffer because of me. It's not your fault. Why do you want to take responsibility?" Yang Kai frowned and said in a slightly fierce tone, "You are a senior sister. It's too tiring." Su Yang looked at Yang Kai in surprise. "Is he reprimanding me? He dares to reprimand me? Even the elders in the sect have never reprimanded me." However, Su Yang was not the slightest bit annoyed, nor did she have any thoughts of refuting. "Look at the current state of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples." Yang Kai looked back and saw many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples gasping for breath. Most of them were sitting cross-legged on the ground, seizing the time to recover. "Even if you leave, can you guarantee that the monster beast will let them go? Without you, they will only die faster." "Then what do you suggest?" Su Yang asked. "Kill it." Yang Kai grinned, but this grin only served to aggravate his internal injuries, causing cold sweat to drip from his forehead. "Kill it." Su Yang was stunned. She hadn't expected Kai Yang's appetite to be so big. In front of such a demonic beast, being able to escape with one's life was already not bad. How could one kill it? While the two of them were talking, the ice surrounding the demonic beast suddenly made a noise. Su Yang's expression changed. "Why is it so fast?" Su Yang Su Yang's eyes, Su, you you. "No matter what, we have to try. If we can't kill it, it won't be too late for us to run. Catcher." The sound of the ice shattering was getting louder and louder. The frozen turtle-shaped monster beast slowly turned its scarlet eyes and looked down. In its eyes, Yang Kai and Su Yang were as small as ants. "Stand back." Yang Kai saw that Su Yang didn't move and couldn't help but turn around and shout. Su Yang's body trembled, and without any reason, she obediently stepped back and quickly retreated. At the same time, the injured High Heaven Pavilion disciples also retreated. Yang Kai stood in front of the turtle-shaped monster beast. His slightly thin body was imprinted in everyone's eyes, but he was like a giant with his head on the sky and his feet on the ground. He stood there, blocking the majesty of the monster beast, blocking its huge body, and blocking the wind and rain. His right hand slowly moved. It was an extremely slow movement, breaking the visual perception of everyone. His hand clearly had nothing, but at this moment, it was as if his right hand was holding a 10,000 jin sledgehammer, and he was using all of his strength to swing it. Catcher! The sound of bones dislocating came from that side. At the same time, a little bit of starlight flashed, and a kind of aura that made people tremble in fear erupted from Yonkai's position. The wind whistled, and his robes fluttered. His black hair also swayed and danced. Kai Yang's roar could also be heard. Using all the strength in his body, he shouted out one word at a time, 3 sect disciple. His right hand was finally raised, and accompanied by a roar, it clenched into a fist. With a brilliant brilliance, the place where Yonkai stood seemed to have transformed into a beautiful starry sky. As the starlight flowed, his right fist also moved backwards inch by inch. Every time it moved, the power it gave off became stronger, as if he was accumulating strength. If you have the heart. Yonkai's eyes were about to split open. He tried to control the energy erupting from his fist, not letting it rush out, and still shouted each word clearly. What kind of martial skill is this? Fang Ziqi's face changed greatly. Even from a few hundred feet away, with his Yuan Qi realm strength, he could feel the enormous killing power contained in that fist. Moreover, this fist was only accumulating power, and had not truly been thrown. If it was already so powerful after accumulating power, how terrifying would it be when it was actually thrown? So beautiful. Hu Mai and Hu Jiao both said this sentence almost in unison. On the other side, the sky was filled with stars, like a clear night sky, and in the midst of the madness, it made people forget to return. With a crashing sound, the ground under Yonkai's feet could not withstand such a violent force, and a crack appeared. His body sank down, and immediately his legs bent. The turtle-shaped monster beast, which was rapidly unsealing, no longer had resentment and murderous intent in its scarlet eyes. What was left was only panic and fear that was slowly becoming stronger. It wanted to run. It could feel the terrifying power in Yonkai's fist. It had been sealed for countless years, and was in a weak state. It had not been easy for it to wake up from the seal, and it did not have time to taste the joy of freedom. It did not want to be injured, and did not want to fall into that endless sleep again. However, the huge block of ice restricted its movements. Can you help me? Yonkai opened his mouth for the 3rd time, but he couldn't even finish his sentence. Just controlling the energy in his right fist took all of his concentration, so he could only use this intermittent roar to let everyone know what he wanted to express. After shouting out this half of the sentence, Yonkai's feet fiercely stomped on the ground, and his whole body quickly shot up into the sky, bringing with it the dense star field. The starlight shone, boundless, and majestic. After jumping up 10 feet, Yonkai's rising momentum stopped, and then he turned around, and fell towards the turtle-shaped monster beast's head. Just at this time, the ice that sealed the turtle-shaped monster beast finally exploded. Roar! As soon as it was free, the turtle-shaped monster beast looked up to the sky and let out a deafening roar. Lend me a hand! Yonkai's roar was also mixed in, but it clearly passed into everyone's ears. In the next moment, that fist full of starlight quickly swung out. This was a kind of change from extremely slow to extremely fast, and it brought about an extremely strong visual conflict. The fist exploded above the turtle-shaped monster beast's head. It was as if there was a muffled thunder in the sky, and also as if there was a violent tremor deep in the earth. When that extremely small fist smashed into the monster beast's head, everyone's heart throbbed, as if this fist could also destroy their minds. A huge halo visible to the naked eye suddenly burst out from the point of contact between the fist and the monster beast's head, and quickly spread in all directions. An unbelievable scene appeared. The boundless turtle-shaped monster beast was unexpectedly hit by this fist, and it staggered. Its 2 legs at the back flew into the air, and its 2 legs at the front bent down. Its head was like a falling meteor, and it crashed into the ground, creating a deep pit, and dust and smoke everywhere. Yonkai was also hit by the rebound of this attack, and flew up into the air. He somersaulted many times in the air before he staggered and fell to the ground. At this time, his right fist was badly mutilated, and his entire arm was dripping with blood, and it was trembling uncontrollably. However, he stood there firmly, and looked disdainfully at the turtle-shaped monster beast that was countless times bigger than him. His thin body exuded a wild and violent bloody aura. The whole audience was shocked, and everyone's eyes trembled violently. No one thought that young Kai would be able to beat the turtle-shaped monster beast into such a state. After all, it was an opponent that even Su Yang couldn't do anything about. But now, that earth-shattering fist really did something that they didn't dare to imagine. What kind of fist was that? Thinking back, everyone could only think of the magnificent star field and the boundless murderous intent hidden within the beauty, but they couldn't figure out the trajectory of that fist. Looking at the thin back in front of the huge monster beast, Su Yang's heart fiercely beat. She knew that from today onwards, she would never forget this back, because the owner of this back had done something that she couldn't do. Hu Mai-er's cheeks were flushed red, and she looked at young Kai with extraordinary splendor in her eyes. Driven by her sister's emotions, even Hu Jiaoer's heartbeat sped up. What should I do? Hu Jiaoer's heart was full of hesitation. Her current emotions were not her own, but her reaction to her sister's feelings, which made her a little scared. Lan Chudai also felt a rush of excitement, but immediately her heart was filled with bitterness, and only a touch of sadness could be seen on her beautiful face. It could be said that such a back had already become a brand in the hearts of many women. He represented safety and reliability. This was the kind of back that any woman yearned for. Amazing. Fang Ziqi's heart was shaken, and at the same time, he felt a little frustrated. There is actually such a martial skill in this world. There is even someone who can use it. Today, I have learned something new. Why? Xie Hongchen muttered to himself as if he had lost his soul. Why isn't this martial skill mine? Why didn't I get this kind of adventure? If I had obtained it, then I would be the one who attracted the attention of everyone and moved the hearts of all the girls. Why is it him? He's just lucky. Is no one going to help? It's not dead yet. If you don't help, then everyone should prepare to run. Yang Kai's voice sounded again. Hearing this sentence, everyone recovered from their shock. Su Yang quickly shouted, "Those who can still fight, go help." Chapter 145. Under her command, all the High Heaven Pavilion disciples who could still move rushed forward. Elder sister. Hu Mai-er turned her head and looked at Hu Jiaoer. Jiaoer, let's not get involved in this mess. Who knows that the monster beast won't be able to fight back? It's better for us to wait and see how the High Heaven Pavilion disciples react. Shut up. Coward. Hu Mai-er glared fiercely at Longjun. Longjun was stunned. Hu Jiaoer smiled bitterly. She looked at her sister and then looked at young Kai. Her eyes flashed a trace of tenderness and she shouted, "Blood group, go and help." After she finished speaking, she took the lead and rushed forward. On the Stormhouse side, Du Yishuang looked at Fang Ziqi nervously and whispered, "He saved my life." Fang Ziqi pinched his nose and said, "If I say we sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, I will despise you and look down on you for the rest of my life." Du Yishuang looked at her big brother without fear. "Sigh." Fang Ziqi said helplessly, "If you say so, what can I do?" Then he laughed and said, "Today, I have seen such a brave hero. How can I, Fang Ziqi, fall behind? Stormhouse disciples listen to my command and follow me to kill. Let them know that the men of Stormhouse are real men." Roar. The male disciples of Stormhouse roared in unison. "Brother Fang, what about us? What about us female disciples?" Du Yishuang asked unrelentingly. "Stand aside and watch obediently. You women only need to know how to take care of your husband and children. Why do you care so much?" After he finished speaking, he led a group of people and rushed towards the monster beast. Du Yishuang wrinkled her nose and said, "I knew you would prefer men over women. I am not worse than you." Then she also rushed forward. After so many days, there were only 700 to 800 disciples left from the three sects. Some of them had already lost their lives in the Heaven's Cave inheritance. However, out of these 780 disciples, About 80% of them had charged forward. The remaining 20% were either injured or too weak to fight. Even if they went up, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Shouts shook the heavens. The disciples of the three sects, three forces, three directions, but only one target. That was the turtle-shaped monster beast that was lying on the ground. Yang Kai's punch seemed to have injured it quite badly. Even if it didn't take its life, it seemed like it wouldn't be able to move for a while. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples were the first to rush up, each one of them with bloodshot eyes, displaying their best martial skills, attacking the turtle-shaped monster beast fiercely, sending sparks flying everywhere. The blood group followed closely behind, followed by the storm house. Among these people, there were only a few who had reached the Yuan Qi realm. Among them, Su Yang had no more strength to fight, and Xie Hongchen was still in a daze in midair. Only Fang Ziqi, Long Jun, and Hu Jiao were left. Moreover, all of them were cultivators at the first or second level of the Yuan Qi realm. With such strength, it would be difficult to cause any effective damage to the turtle-shaped monster beast, which was famous for its defense. After using their martial skills, the Yuan Qi was exhausted, but it didn't have any effect. Even so, the disciples of the three sects didn't shrink back and continued to release their killing moves. The area where the turtle-shaped monster beast was located was filled with endless clanking sounds. Yang Kai stood in place and laughed. He felt that he didn't waste the star mark that he had accumulated for a long time. It was enough to arouse their fighting spirit. Su Yang stared blankly at the scene that could almost be called a miracle. The disciples of the three sects had always been fighting, especially after entering the Heaven's Cave inheritance. The open and covert fighting had become more and more obvious. She didn't like fighting, so these days she had been acting alone. Otherwise, with her status and prestige, as long as she waved her hand, all the High Heaven Pavilion disciples would gather around her. This time, Xie Hongchen had provoked a big trouble, so she had no choice but to act. She thought that this time High Heaven Pavilion would be doomed, but she didn't expect things to turn around. And this turning point was brought by the man in front of her. No one had ever been able to make the disciples of the three sects cooperate to this extent. In everyone's eyes, there was no fighting, no scheming, and only one thought: to kill the turtle-shaped monster beast. This in itself was a miracle. Looking at his trembling right arm that was still dripping blood, Su Yang's heart faintly ached. She wanted to go forward and help him heal, but she restrained herself. Because at this moment, this man represented iron blood. If she went forward, she would feel tenderness. At this time, he didn't need to be touched by tenderness. Just as her heart was moved, Su Yang saw the little girl from blood group called Humaya rush to Yang Kai's side. Then, with a worried face, she asked a few questions about his injury. Immediately, she took out a healing medicine from her bosom, tore off a piece of her dress, and bandaged his wound. Su Yang's beautiful eyes flashed, and then she slowly turned her gaze away. On the battlefield, perhaps the attacks of the three sects disciples had awakened the turtle-shaped monster beast. Its originally muddled mind slowly became clear, and its huge body showed signs of moving. Its thick and heavy limbs had already begun to move. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart was raised, and their attacks became more and more fierce. Hit its head, it's injured. Suddenly, a woman shouted. It was Stormhouse's Du Yishuang. Hearing her shout, Fang Ziqi and Hu Jiao hurriedly rushed over. When they looked, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. They found that on the turtle-shaped monster beast's forehead, there was indeed a crack-like wound. At this moment, dark red blood was gurgling out. Because its head was buried in the deep pit, if one didn't look closely, they wouldn't have noticed it. Fuck. Fang Ziqi couldn't help but curse. He had been fighting for a long time, but he couldn't even leave a mark on the tortoise monster beast. However, there was a 1-foot-long wound here. This was the mark left by Yang Kai's punch. How powerful was his punch? How could it cause such an effect? Although his mind was shocked, Fang Ziqi's hands were not careless. He fought with Hu Jiao to hit the wound first. When the two's moves collided, the turtle-shaped monster beast's body spasmed, and its movements became bigger. Woman, get out of my way. Fang Ziqi felt that Hu Jiao'er was in his way and couldn't help but shout. "This girl doesn't want to lower herself to your level, you idiot." Hu Jiao'er rolled her eyes. Fang Ziqi's personality was well understood by the disciples of the three sects. He seriously valued men over women, and believed that only men could achieve great things. He didn't put women in his eyes, and only Su Yang could make him slightly look at her. According to rumors, there was a time when he continuously advised the Stormhouse's housemaster, Xiao Ruo Han, to not recruit female disciples in the future. At first, Xiao Ruo Han ignored him, but in the end, he couldn't stand it anymore. In the end, the master and disciple went to Black Plum Town's Spring Breeze Drizzle building together. Since then, Fang Ziqi never mentioned this matter again, but his deep-rooted thinking had never changed. Of course, it wasn't that he hated women, but in his mind, men and women were two different species. The former was much more noble than the latter. "I am a man, I am proud, I am a man, I am proud." It was reasonable to say that Fang Ziqi, with this kind of thinking, should not speak to women. However, he was an extremely flirtatious and unrestrained person. In addition, he was young and promising, his strength was tyrannical, and he himself had a dignified appearance, so he never lacked women by his side. He was often surrounded by beautiful girls. This was an extremely contradictory combination of men. Hearing Hu Jiao'er's words, Fang Ziqi's sword-like eyebrows furrowed. He fiercely attacked the wound on the monster beast's head and shouted, "Little girl, who are you calling an idiot?" Hu Jiao'er's hands flew, and a powerful killing move followed by attacking the wound. She didn't show any weakness. "Stinky man. If you really hate women so much, why don't you have sex with your junior brothers and have fun every night?" When these words came out, Fang Ziqi's face suddenly paled. His stomach turned, and he almost vomited on the spot. With those junior brothers, when he thought of this kind of scene, Fang Ziqi felt dizzy and was on the verge of collapsing. Seeing his face change, Hu Jiao'er giggled. Her laughter was filled with pride and schadenfreude. "You shameless woman, you really dare to say anything." Fang Ziqi couldn't take it anymore. "Whoever marries you in the future will be unlucky. None of your business." Hu Jiao'er couldn't help but blush and roll her eyes. Fang Ziqi said, "I won't bicker with you. Let's see who gives the monster beast a fatal blow first." "Mph, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Hu Jiao'er sneered. But before the two of them could make a move, a pure white figure suddenly rushed over, carrying with it an icy chill. Her slender jade finger pointed downwards, and a pure white ice flower suddenly appeared in the monster beast's open wound. The ice flower absorbed the monster beast's blood, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood-red flower, revealing a beautiful and enchanting beauty. With a crack, the ice flower shattered, turning into countless sharp icicles, and pierced straight into the monster beast's head. Roar! The turtle-shaped monster beast suddenly pulled its head out of the big hole in the ground and roared towards the sky. Its huge body swayed, and it couldn't stand steadily. Its scarlet eyes dimmed, and it seemed to be on the verge of death. Fang Ziqi and Hu Jiao'er turned their heads at the same time, and saw Su Yang, whose face was as white as snow, using the little bit of strength she had just recovered to attack with a killing move. After the attack, Su Yang turned her head and fell down. She couldn't fight anymore. Fang Ziqi and Hu Jiao'er could clearly feel the chill that Su Yang was emitting this time, and it was slightly different from before. In the past, the cold was pure, and it was completely cold. It was a kind of extremely pure cold, without any other attribute mixed in. But now, this cold seemed to have something more, and it was even more unbearable than before. "Who provoked her?" Fang Ziqi asked doubtfully. "How would I know?" Hu Jiao'er said impatiently. Coming from the blood group, she felt that the disciples of the other two sects were not good people. Needless to say, this Fang Ziqi in front of her was the epitome of male chauvinism. In the High Heaven Pavilion, Su Yang was a character, but unfortunately, she was like an emotionless ice doll, always keeping people thousands of miles away, making it difficult for people to get close to her. As for Xie Hongchen, there was no need to talk about him. He was a complete coward. He was just a person who worshipped fame and fortune, and chased after power. Her own blood group was stronger, at least she was still normal. Once her little sister grew up, She and her sister would be able to support half the sky for their father. If no one provoked her, why did she use the little bit of yuan qi that she had just recovered? Fang Ziki couldn't understand, so he shook his head. Seeing Hu Jiao taking advantage of this opportunity to kill the turtle-shaped monster beast, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. You woman, even if you win, it's an unfair victory. Chapter 146. Hu Jiao sneered. You said that I am a woman. So what if I have an unfair advantage? As for you, since you think that men are superior, then you want to compete with me. That itself is very problematic. Fang Ziki was speechless. He sighed again and again. Sure enough, only women and villains are difficult to deal with. The fate of the turtle-shaped monster beast was already half decided when the disciples of the three sects attacked. Su Yang's attack had completely ruined its only chance of survival. At this moment, facing the attacks of the three sects' disciples, it had no power to fight back. Death was only a matter of time. The root of all this was Yang Kai's majestic punch. It was that punch that aroused the fighting spirit of the three sects' disciples, giving them the courage to fight against such a behemoth. Hu Mai was helping him bandage his right arm. The blood vessels on his right arm had burst, causing it to tremble incessantly. Yang Kai never thought that the power of the star mark would be so strong. It was so strong that he could not control it. After that punch, his body was directly paralyzed, and he could not move. If not, why would he be standing there like a javelin? Until now, the numbness in his body had lessened a lot, and the intense pain all over his body followed. Looking at the hundreds of disciples fighting, Yang Kai did not notice the ferocious expression on Xie Hongchen's face. Since Yang Kai's punch burst out, Xie Hongchen had been standing in the air, as if he had lost his mind. It was not until recently that he finally woke up. He knew that Kai Yang must have obtained some kind of incredible fortuitous encounter in this Heaven's Cave inheritance, otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't have been able to survive. If not, he would not have been able to burst out with such a punch. That was a punch that caused the peak sixth-order monster beast to suffer heavy injuries. He could not let him continue to grow. If he continued to grow, not only would he not be able to obtain Su Yang, but he would also be in danger. Thinking of this, Xie Hongchen's eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness. He glanced at the person below. This person was Nai Yong. Like Lan Chudai, he was injured in the battle just now. At this moment, he was recovering not far behind Yang Kai. Nai Yong had mixed feelings. He didn't know what to feel. He had been with Yang Kai for a few days, and had always been unkind to him. He had made things difficult for him everywhere, and had even led people to hunt him down. But at that time, they couldn't find Yang Kai's hiding place, so the matter was left unsettled. However, the existence of Yang Kai still made him feel as if there was a fishbone stuck in his throat and a thorn in his back. He still remembered what Yang Kai had said when he was escaping 10 days ago. In just a dozen days, Yang Kai had become so powerful, Nai Yong was scared out of his wits. If that punch had landed on him, he would have been smashed to pieces. What to do? What to do? Now that everyone's eyes were on the monster beast, they had no time to care about anything else. After the monster beast died, how would they face Yang Kai's anger? Nai Yong noticed that Xie Hongchen was winking at him from the sky. He understood what his brother meant and couldn't help but shiver. But shortly after, Nai Yong's eyes turned cold. Yes, if he wanted to live, he had to kill Yang Kai, otherwise, he would definitely come for revenge. Moreover, Brother Xie also wanted him to do so. Even if he killed Yang Kai, with Brother Xie's protection, he would be safe. He was sure that he would be safe. Yang Kai's punch had caused Nai Yong to be unable to think calmly. He could only pin his hopes on Xie Hongchen. Slowly standing up, Nai Yong walked step by step towards Yang Kai. In the face of such a crisis, Yang Kai seemed to be unaware of it and still stood in place. Nai Yong quickened his pace. Now that Yang Kai only had Hu Mai by his side, as long as he was fast enough, he would definitely be able to kill him. As for what would happen after killing him, Nai Yong didn't think about it. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the turtle-shaped monster beast. No one noticed Nai Yong's movements except for one person. That person was Lan Chudai. Since Yang Kai had saved Su Yang and severely injured the turtle-shaped monster beast, Lan Chudai's heart was filled with bitterness and annoyance. She didn't expect that her junior brother, who had followed her obediently 10 days ago, would be able to display such a majestic aura. If only she had known earlier. If only she had known earlier. This kind of feeling was like she could have had a piece of jade, but had discarded it as a stone. This kind of difference between gain and loss made Lan Chudai extremely regretful. While the others were watching the battle between the 3 sects and the monster beast, she was looking at Yang Kai's back. That back was dazzling. Compared to Xie Hongchen, the difference was like heaven and earth. This disaster could be said to have been caused by Xie Hongchen, but in the end, it was this person who resolved it. With this comparison, the difference between the two was obvious. Na Yong's actions quickly attracted Lan Chudai's attention. At first, she didn't think too much about it. She only thought that Na Yong had recovered enough to participate in the battle. But after watching for a while, she found that Na Yong's target was actually Yang Kai. While walking, Na Yong's body emitted a faint fluctuation of yuan qi. Lan Chudai was a smart woman. She immediately understood what Na Yong wanted to do. Just as she was about to warn Yang Kai, she suddenly saw Yang Kai turn his head and look at Na Yong with a playful expression. He was smiling. His smile was very evil, revealing a few white teeth. Na Yong stopped abruptly and stared at Kai Yang in fear. He didn't know how Yang Kai noticed his movements, but when he looked at him with that expression, Na Yong felt his blood run cold. He looked at Na Yong as if he was looking at a dead person. Brother Nai. Yang Kai slowly turned around and looked at him with a smile. Junior brother Yang. Na Yong swallowed his saliva and slightly moved back. Are you here to kill me? This sentence directly exposed Na Yong's thoughts. He was frightened and quickly waved his hands. He forced a smile and said, Junior brother Yang, what are you talking about? Why would I do such a thing? You and I are brother from the same sect. Why would I? Ha ha. Na Yong could feel his face twitching. It wasn't because he was ashamed of lying, but because he was frightened. How could he not be frightened when facing someone who could injure a 6th-order peak monster beast with a single punch? Not to mention, this person had a death grudge with him. While speaking, Na Yong stepped back step by step. He raised his hands and laughed, indicating that he didn't have any malicious intentions. His legs and stomach trembled. Na Yong. Yang Kai's face was full of anger. He suddenly shouted. Na Yong was feeling guilty and didn't dare to answer. He quickly turned around and ran. Before he could run more than a few steps, a whimpering sound came from behind him. Na Yong hastily turned his head to look and was scared out of his wits. He saw a black awl about a foot long flying towards him from Yang Kai's side. From that awl came a creepy cackle that made one's hair stand on end. The laughter was strange and full of evil. It entered Na Yong's mind and made him panic. The awl closed the distance of more than 10 feet in an instant. Na Yong didn't want to sit still and wait for his death. He quickly turned around and blocked the awl. Na Yong was pleasantly surprised to find that the awl's power wasn't as terrifying as he thought. Although it was difficult for him to block it with his strength, he wouldn't be killed so quickly. Na Yong was overjoyed. He knew that Yang Kai wasn't as calm as he looked. He must be an arrow at the end of its flight. Na Yong was pleasantly surprised. He fought and retreated. He wanted to get rid of the owl's attack, but the strange black owl kept chasing him. The weird laughter never stopped. What the hell is this thing? Even if it's a secret treasure, it still needs a person to control it. Yang Kai is clearly standing there motionless. Why is it attacking me? While he was panicking, he suddenly heard footsteps behind him. Na Yong looked back and saw Lan Chudai supporting her injured body as she rushed towards him. Her face was calm, but there was a hint of determination. Na Yong was overjoyed. Senior sister Lan, save me. Lan Chudai looked at him indifferently. Her expression made Na Yong's heart skip a beat. While he was trying to figure out what she meant, Lan Chudai suddenly hit him on the back. Ah! Na Yong screamed in agony as he staggered forward. The black owl's laughter grew more and more arrogant. There was a trace of surprise, but it passed through Na Yong's chest by a hair's breadth. Senior Sister Lan, why did you? Na Yong's body trembled violently. Before he could finish his words, his eyes suddenly dimmed and his body softened. Lan Chudai gasped for breath as she stared at Na Yong. She found that there was no injury on his chest. The awl that pierced through his chest was also gone. But immediately, the awl rushed out again. Lan Chudai could vaguely hear Na Yong's screams. This made her scalp tingle and her face instantly lose its color. She looked up at Yang Kai and saw that he was looking at her with a cold gaze. Lan Chudi's heart jumped. She bit her lips and said, "He wants to kill you." Yang Kai did not speak. He just opened his hand and the awl turned into a ray of black light. It wrapped around his fingertips and disappeared. The two looked at each other for a long time. Yang Kai slowly turned his eyes away. From beginning to end, he did not say anything. Lan Chudai smiled sadly and fell to the ground. Her whole body was dripping with sweat. Ha 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 ha. Within Yang Kai's body, the old demon's wild laughter sounded. It was crazy and bloody. Accompanied by the laughter, he seemed to be chewing something. Yang Kai knew what he was chewing. It was Na Yong's divine soul. However, Yang Kai did not expect that the Soulbreaker all would have such a strange effect. "Do you still want to kill? Do you still want to kill?" The old demon shouted excitedly as he chewed on Na Yong's divine soul. "I haven't heard such a moving sound for a long time. I haven't tasted such a fresh and tender taste for a long time. Young master, do you still want to kill? This old servant can move at any time." Yang Kai's heart moved. The old demon's laughter instantly turned into a miserable cry as he begged for mercy. After a while, the old demon slightly recovered. However, he was not as presumptuous as before. He gasped for breath and carefully asked, "Young master, why? Why didn't you tell me the true function of the Soulbreaker all?" "Young master, you didn't ask." The old demon felt wronged. He cautiously replied, "Moreover, this thing is too evil. I was afraid that young master would not be happy if he knew about it." "I am not happy about it," Yang Kai added, very unhappy. The old demon suddenly trembled. After waiting for a while, Yang Kai said, "But this time, you did a good job. Remember, this is the only time. Next time, if you dare to hide anything, you know the consequences." Chapter 147. This old servant does not dare. The old demon immediately surrendered and said, "Young master, the little girl who helped you was decisive and ruthless. What do you want to say?" "I want to say that this old servant likes this little girl very much. Young master, can you talk to her and let this old servant teach her for a few years? In the future, she will definitely be a great help to you." "I don't like her," Yang Kai coldly replied. Yes, everything will be decided by the young master." The old demon did not dare to refute and could only sigh in his heart. Na Yong's death shocked Humai on the spot. The High Heaven Pavilion disciples who were healing were also very surprised. They only heard Yang Kai's roar and saw Na Yong running away. Just as Na Yong was fighting with the black spear, Lan Chudai launched a sneak attack and Na Yong fell to the ground, unable to get up. What happened? No one was able to react in time. At this moment, the mountain-like turtle-shaped monster beast collapsed. The disciples of the three sects saw this scene and could not help but cheer. Hu Jiao giggled and said, "Fang Ziki, this last attack was taken by me." Fang Ziki said sullenly, "You are shameless. How does that count?" Hu Jiao sneered, "You can't afford to lose." Fang Ziki was furious. "What do you mean by can't afford to lose? If you didn't take advantage of my distraction to attack a few more times, how could you win this battle? You little girl, I will not lower myself to your level. I'm afraid you don't have the face to argue with me anymore." Hu Jiao did not spare him. Fang Ziji's face flushed red when his thoughts were exposed. He said impatiently, "I won't argue with you about this. First, take the monster core." While speaking, Fang Ziji reached his hand into the tortoise-shaped monster beast's head and fumbled around. After a short while, he took out a round, earthy yellow monster core that was still mixed with blood. Staring at the monster core in his hand, Fang Ziki's eyes burned. The monster core of a peak 6th order monster beast. TSK, how much is this worth? Long Jun looked at him faintly. Brother Fang, don't tell me you want to take it for yourself. The most valuable thing in this turtle-shaped monster beast's body was the monster core. Although the turtle shell on its back was certainly worth a lot of money. It could be used as a refining material, but who could take away such a large turtle shell? At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Fang Ziqi's hand. He chuckled and said frankly, I would like to. Long Jun's expression changed, while Hu Jiao looked at him with a smile. But I don't dare. Fang Ziqi smacked his lips. If I really took it, would you let me go? Long Jun sneered. Brother Fang is a sensible person. But there is only one monster core. How do we divide it? Fang Ziqi turned his head and looked at everyone. This battle was different from the other 8 monster beast kills. The other monster beast kills were fought by the 3 sects alone. But this time, the 3 sects joined forces. Naturally, everyone would have a share of the spoils. As soon as Fang Ziqi's words came out, everyone fell silent. One monster core was really not easy to divide. They were afraid that they could only cache it and divide it into 3 parts, one for each of the 3 sects. Thinking of this, Long Jun was about to speak. Fang Ziqi said, this time, we were able to kill this monster beast thanks to Brother Yang from High Heaven Pavilion. How about we give it to him? Yang Kai, who was standing below, heard this and couldn't help but frown. He looked at Fang Ziqi in surprise. Long Jun said discontentedly, although he contributed a lot, my blood group was not idle. Many of our disciples were injured. Is there no benefit at all? If you want that turtle shell, you can take it. My Stormhouse has no objection. Fang Ziqi pointed to the side. Long Jun was choked. The turtle shell was attacked by countless disciples of the 3 sects, but until now, there was no trace left. Although the quality was good, who could cut it open and take it away? Wasn't this a joke? Just as the two were arguing, Fang Ziqi's face suddenly changed. He quickly threw the monster core in his hand. After the yellow monster core flew out, it unexpectedly didn't fall to the ground. Instead, it spun in the air. Along with its rotation, an invisible suction force spread out in all directions. A bizarre scene appeared. 2 other monster beasts' monster cores suddenly flew out from Fang Ziqi's arms. Hu Mai and Long Jun also did the same. The monster cores hidden in Xie Hongchen's chest also flew out. These monster cores were obtained by the disciples of the 3 sects when they killed the 8 monster beast. They were kept by the disciples of the 3 sects. Now, all of them flew out. The 8 monster cores, in a mysterious arrangement, gathered around the turtle-shaped monster beast's monster core. They all spun in a circle, as if they were drawing some kind of mysterious power. The entire Heaven's Cave inheritance suddenly shook. A huge vortex appeared in the chaotic sky. The apocalyptic scene appeared in front of everyone, making them tremble in fear. No one knew what was happening. Only the old demon's excited voice sounded in Yang Kai's mind, Beast Soul Cloud Opening Array. Yang Kai's expression changed. He knew that the old demon must know something. He quickly said, tell me in detail. The old demon said, young master, I understand. There were 9 monster beasts here to set up this array. The existence of these 9 monster beasts is only to test the strength of the people who enter this place. If you don't kill these monster beasts, this array will not be activated. Now that the monster beast is dead, the array will be activated. This formation will use the 9 monster cores as a catalyst to activate the grand formation and present some things to you. What is it? The thing hidden in the clouds? The old demon said in a deep voice, if this old servant's guess is correct, that is the real inheritance here. The real inheritance. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the sky and saw that the vortex was getting bigger and bigger. It looked like it was going to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. It was extremely terrifying. The disciples of the 3 sects had already fled in panic. No one stayed below. Yes. The old demon replied, there was a great battle here. Countless experts died here. Naturally, many inheritances were left behind. But there is always a master here. The thing hidden in the clouds is the master's inheritance. Yang Kai's heart suddenly burned with passion. Young master, you have to leave quickly. This array will be very powerful after it is activated. If you don't leave, I'm afraid you will be affected. The old demon's voice was a little anxious. Yang Kai didn't hesitate. He quickly said to Humayur, "Tell your sister to take the people further away." Oh! Humayur nodded and ran towards Hu Jiao. Yang Kai then shouted to the disciples of High Heaven Pavilion, "If you don't want to die, then stay 10 miles away." Many people heard his words, but they didn't care too much. Yang Kai was too lazy to care about them. He had already warned them. It was their choice to listen. After he finished speaking, he ran towards the back. Su Yang glanced at him. Without the slightest hesitation, she said, "All High Heaven Pavilion disciples, retreat 10 miles. The words of the senior sister were different. Everyone hurriedly moved. They retreated in the direction of Yang Kai. On the other side, Hu Jiao received her sister's message and did not hesitate to give the order to retreat. Fang Ziki looked at this scene. Looking deeply at Yang Kai, he laughed and said, "Let's go." The disciples of the 3 sects were as fast as lightning. Soon, they were 10 miles away. Looking back, the 9 monster cores were emitting a dazzling light. There seemed to be an invisible connection between the monster cores. As they rotated, the vortex in the sky became bigger and bigger. A huge suction force came from the vortex. The corpse of the turtle-shaped monster beast on the ground was pulled and quickly flew into the sky. It entered the vortex without leaving a trace. Seeing this scene, everyone's face couldn't help but change. If they hadn't retreated 10 miles away, they would have been sucked into the vortex like the corpse of the turtle-shaped monster beast. Rejoicing. Many people turned their heads to look at Yang Kai. They secretly admired his foresight. The wind whistled and everyone's clothes fluttered. Many people were so scared that their faces turned pale. Those who could enter here were the younger generation of disciples. They weren't very knowledgeable. Many of them hadn't even traveled far, so they had never seen such a terrifying scene. "Do you still want to retreat?" Su Yang suddenly flashed to Yang Kai's side and asked lightly. Yang Kai looked at her and slowly shook his head. Hearing this, Su Yang's worry lessened. "I will personally report Nai Yong's matter to the Elder Council. You don't have to worry. En. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Although Yang Kai had killed Nai Yong in a short time, it had attracted Su Yang's attention. She was very attentive. How could she not understand the key point? Therefore, there was no need to ask. "There's something in the clouds." Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Kai Yang hurriedly looked up and saw that within the huge vortex in the sky, a golden light slowly appeared. The golden light was dazzling and brilliant. That ray of light was like a hand parting the clouds, revealing what was hidden within the vortex in front of everyone's eyes. "What is that?" someone shouted. Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he stared at the sky. He saw a corner, like the corner of a house. Then, the corner gradually descended. Yang Kai discovered that it wasn't the corner of a house, but a flight of stairs. A flight of golden stairs. This flight of stairs was more than 10 kilometers long. As it descended, another flight of stairs appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Then, another flight of stairs appeared. The speed of its descent was very slow. As it descended, the chaotic vortex in the sky also changed. After waiting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, a dozen flights of stairs appeared from the vortex. After that, who knew how many more flights of stairs had yet to appear? "Old demon, is this the inheritance you were talking about?" Yang Kai asked in his mind. Young master may not know, but this should be the location of the inheritance. Only those who pass the final test can truly obtain the inheritance. "Young master, please look at those stairs. If this old servant's guess is correct, there are at least 10,000 steps. Only by walking up to 10,000 steps can one be considered to have passed the final test. Of course, this 10,000 steps is just this old servant's estimation. It might not be so many, but it might be more than this." Yang Kai nodded slightly. Although the location of the inheritance had been revealed, he didn't know how long it would take for it to fall to the ground. There was no need to pay attention to it. However, his current strength was still too low. He couldn't even be ranked among the disciples of the three sects. Now that 700 to 800 people were gathered here, did he have a chance? Chapter 148. As if he knew what young Kai was thinking, the old demon said, "Young master doesn't need to worry too much. Inheritance is a matter of opportunity. Those who are fated can obtain it even if their strength is low. If not, no matter how powerful they are, it will be useless." Did young master forget the opportunity of those two little girls a few days ago? Young Kai's eyes lit up. He had seen the opportunity of the Hu sisters with his own eyes. He had stayed in the cave for more than 10 days and found nothing, but they had obtained benefits. This was fate. I know. Young Kai nodded slightly, and immediately turned away from the sky, found a secluded corner nearby, and sat down cross-legged. Since he was going to grab the inheritance, he naturally had to recover first. Young Kai estimated that it would take 2 or 3 days for the things in the clouds to completely fall. In other words, he only had 2 to 3 days left. Su Yang looked at him in surprise, pondered for a moment, then turned and left the crowd, finding a place not too far away from Young Kai to sit down. Seeing Kai Yang and Su Yang so calm and collected, how could the masters of the younger generation weaken their own prestige? If they continued to watch like ordinary disciples, it would seem that they were not mature enough. One by one, they coughed lightly. Then, they each went to find a place to meditate. Only those ordinary disciples were left gathered together, making a big fuss without end, and the sounds of shock and exclamations of surprise never stopped. It was unknown what the Hu sisters were thinking, but they actually ran over to Young Kai and sat down next to him. Young Kai opened his eyes and looked at them. The two sisters were smiling sweetly, making it difficult to distinguish who was who. Young Kai suddenly frowned. What's wrong? One of them suddenly became unhappy. When Young Kai saw her expression, he knew it was Hu Jiao. It's your blessing that we can sit here. Why are you showing us such a bad face? Young Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The two of you are a pair of peerless beauties. It's my honor to be able to accompany you. How would I dare to give you a dirty look? After interacting with them a few times, they gradually became familiar with each other. They weren't as unfamiliar with each other as before, so they could talk about some things. Hu Jiao smiled and glared at Young Kai. You're such a sweet talker. Hu Maya also said, I thought you were a decent person, but I didn't expect you to have such a glib tongue. Young Kai said seriously, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. I'm not flattering you. The two sisters became even happier. They were laughing so hard that their chests were jiggling, making them look very lively. Young Kai changed the topic and said, but the people in your gang are very against me. The two of them looked at each other and said in unison, Are you scared? Young Kai laughed, It's not that I'm afraid. It's just that we're not destined to become enemies. Why bother? Hu Jiao said, Anyway, you've already offended the male disciples of High Heaven Pavilion. What's the point of adding another blood group? Of course, she was referring to the matter of Young Kai lying on Su Yang's body. Young Kai's face suddenly became bitter. Hu Jiao giggled and winked at him. Do you want me to kiss you and make others envious of you? Young Kai looked at her and then stretched out his face. I couldn't ask for more. Hu Jiao suddenly blushed and said, You're dreaming. Okay, sister, don't make trouble. Let him recover first. His injuries haven't healed yet. Hu Maya shook her sister's arm. She couldn't bear to see Young Kai being teased like this. Hu Jiao rolled her eyes at Young Kai and obediently closed her eyes. Young Kai and Hu Maya looked at each other and smiled. They also entered a meditative state. As time passed, the disciples of the three sects gradually lost their initial curiosity. All of them were recovering. Occasionally, they would open their eyes to look at the changes in the clouds. 2 days later, Young Kai felt someone walk in front of him. When he opened his eyes, he saw Du Yishuang of Stormhouse and a dignified-looking man standing in front of him. This man was the one who had proposed to give the turtle-shaped monster beast's monster core to Young Kai, Fang Ziki. Young Kai, how are your injuries? Du Yishuang asked with sincere concern. It's not a big deal. Yang Kai smiled at her and turned his gaze to Fang Ziqi. He cupped his fist and said, "Are you Brother Fang?" Previously, Yang Kai didn't recognize Fang Ziqi. However, 2 days ago, he had shown goodwill to Yang Kai. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't feel much repulsion towards him. "That's me." Fang Ziqi returned the greeting and laughed. "Junior brother Yang, 2 days ago, your fist was so majestic that it made brother admire you. I hate that I can't take your place and enjoy the glory of tens of thousands of people. I really envy you. Brother Fang, you flatter me." Fang Ziqi said, "Junior brother Yang is a man of indomitable spirit. In my life, I admire people like you the most. If it weren't for the difference between our sects, I would like to become brothers with you. From now on, we will share weal and woe together." Hu Jiao fiercely glared at him, disgusting. Fang Ziqi's eyebrows jumped. Du Yishuang pulled Fang Ziqi's arm and smiled bitterly. "Brother, you are too enthusiastic." Then, she looked at Yang Kai and said, "Don't mind him. My brother has a problem with his brain." "Junior sister, what are you saying?" Fang Ziqi immediately glared at Du Yishuang. "It doesn't matter. Brother Fang is a forthright man. That's why you don't care about trifles." Yang Kai smiled. He didn't expect that Fang Ziqi of Stormhouse would be such a wonderful person. "Junior brother Yang really understands me." Fang Ziqi was greatly moved. Hu Jiao interrupted from the side. "Kai Yang, you have to be careful of him. In this person's eyes, women are like dirt. Only men can enter his eyes. Don't be too polite to him. Who knows, he might look at you differently." After saying this, she covered her mouth and giggled. Hu Jiao's words were easily misunderstood. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned green. Fang Ziqi bitterly said, "Hey, how can you slander people like this? Junior brother Yang, don't listen to her nonsense. I, Fang Ziqi, am not the kind of person you think I am." Yang Kai dryly coughed. His expression was a little unnatural. Fang Ziqi was so anxious that the veins on his forehead bulged. He looked around and pulled Du Yishuang, who was standing next to him. Then, he hugged her waist and kissed her lips. Seeing this, Kai Yang was stunned. Hu Jiao and Hu Jiao's mouths were also slightly open. Du Yishuang's struggling and whimpering entered their ears. The two sisters couldn't help but blush. After a long time, Fang Ziqi let go of Du Yishuang. He wiped the corner of his mouth and laughed. "Junior brother Yang, do you believe me now?" Yang Kai prostrated himself in admiration and gave a thumbs up. Brother Fang is a real man with iron blood. This praise touched Fang Ziqi's heart and he couldn't help but laugh exaggeratedly. Du Yishuang's face was red and her eyes were watery. She slapped Fang Ziqi's face. "You bastard." Du Yishuang stamped her feet, covered her cheek with both hands and ran away. "Run slowly, don't fall." Fang Ziqi shouted at her while rubbing his cheek that was slapped. "Brother Fang, aren't you going to chase after her?" Yang Kai looked at Du Yishuang's back and was speechless for a while. "Don't worry about her. She's throwing a tantrum. She'll be back soon." Fang Ziqi didn't care. Sure enough, after 10 breaths of time, Du Yishuang walked over to Fang Ziqi with a red face. Her head was so low that it was almost touching her chest. Her 2 hands were constantly twisting the corners of her clothes. She walked over to Fang Ziqi in a weak and gentle manner. "Heh." Fang Ziqi winked at Yang Kai, feeling quite proud of himself. "Brother." Du Yishuang plucked up her courage and pulled Fang Ziqi's arm. "What are you doing?" Fang Ziqi raised his sword-like eyebrows and shouted. Du Yishuang raised her hand and quickly slapped Fang Ziqi's other cheek. She gritted her teeth and said, "You're a big bastard." After this slap, Du Yishuang seemed to have vented her anger. She turned around and arrogantly walked away. Fang Ziqi touched his cheek in a daze. His eyes were full of disbelief. "Ha ha." Hu Jiao and Hu Mai's shoulders trembled as they laughed. Obviously, they didn't expect things to turn out this way. Originally, when Du Yishuang came back, the 2 sisters despised her. But now, all that was left was admiration. "This junior sister." Fang Ziqi murmured. He didn't know what to feel. He turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. He forced a smile and said, "I'll deal with her later." Hu Jiao clapped her hands and said, "This show is really good. Ari, Fang Ziki, oh Fang Ziki, you also have a day like this." Fang Ziki's mouth twitched. He sighed and said, "If you always walk by the river, how can you not wet your shoes?" Yang Kai coughed. He didn't want to continue with this nonsense. He said, "Brother Fang, why are you looking for me?" Hearing this, Fang Ziki's expression became serious. He raised his head and looked 10 miles away. He said seriously, "This time, I came to ask you one thing. Junior brother Yang, how much do you know about that place?" Hearing this, Hu Jiao and Hu Mai-er's expressions also became serious. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Before he could answer, Fang Ziki said, "A straightforward person doesn't speak in riddles. Of course, if junior brother Yang said that you don't know anything about this place, I would believe you." Yang Kai looked at him. He knew that when he warned everyone to stay 10 miles away, he had some clues. If he didn't have some understanding of this place, why would he retreat in advance? However, this kind of thing didn't matter. Even if he didn't say anything, when the thing in the clouds completely descended, the disciples of the 3 sects would still go and investigate. He looked at Hu Jiao and Hu Mai-er. They were also looking at him. Thinking of this, Yang Kai had a plan in his heart. He said, "I don't know much, but when the thing in the clouds descends, I will go and take a look." Fang Ziki heard this and asked, "Is it dangerous?" Yang Kai smiled, "Brother Fang, you are asking the wrong person." Fang Ziji nodded, cupped his fists, and said seriously, "Many thanks for junior brother Yang's reminder. If you have free time in the future, please come to Stormhouse as a guest. This elder brother will definitely enjoy a drink with you." "You are welcome." After Fang Ziki left, Yang Kai looked at the sisters with a smile. "You already know what you want to know, yet you still want to sit here and let me be hated by the male disciples of Blood Group? You want to drive us away?" Hu Jiao stared at him. Hu Mai-er hurriedly said, "We didn't come here because of this. Hey!" Chapter 149. Before she could finish her words, Hu Jiao interrupted her. "So what if we approached you because of this?" She couldn't bear to see Yang Kai think so badly of others. Were they sisters so scheming? They were really heartless. Aware of her anger, Yang Kai didn't speak again. Hu Jiao continued, "When that thing lands, we will follow you. In any case, you know more than us. You provide us with information, and I will be responsible for protecting you. How about this deal? Protect me?" Yang Kai looked at her and raised an eyebrow. "Don't you need protection in your current state? Moreover, your strength is so low. What if you encounter danger inside?" Hu Jiao chuckled, "Don't tell me that High Heaven Pavilion's Su Yang will protect you. She hasn't even looked at you these past few days. You saved her in vain. Do as you wish." Yang Kai didn't want to waste his breath. In any case, when the time came, everyone would go in together. The more people there were, the more they could take care of each other. Hu Jiao coldly snorted and pulled her sister away from Yang Kai. After waiting for another day, the thing in the clouds finally revealed its full appearance and was about to fall to the ground. Everyone stood up and stared blankly at the thing that was 10 miles away. It could be said to be a huge and majestic building, but what was imprinted in everyone's eyes was an endless flight of stairs. At the very top of the clouds, there seemed to be a shadow of a palace. "Where is the inheritance?" Yang Kai gently exhaled. At the same time, many of the disciples of the 3 sects were excited and nervous. Although they didn't know as much as Yang Kai, they still had some eyesight. They knew that such a huge thing must have a treasure. Now, everyone was waiting for the moment when it landed. Under the gazes of countless people, the huge building finally made contact with the ground. Accompanied by a muffled sound, the earth trembled slightly. The huge whirlpool in the sky also changed strangely and disappeared. The muffled sound lasted for a long time before everything settled down. The building was now firmly on the ground. A shout came from the disciples of the 3 sects. Hundreds of people suddenly started to move and rushed towards that direction. Yang Kai was also walking in that direction, but he was not as anxious as the others. Just as the old demon had said, inheritance depended on luck, not strength. In his eyes, a pure white shadow seemed to pass by. Raising his head, he saw Su Yang's robes fluttering in the wind. Her pace was not fast, but it was not slow either. It was as if she was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. There was a trace of nobility in her otherworldly appearance. Noticing Yang Kai's gaze, she turned her head and glanced at him. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say anything. In the blink of an eye, their gazes were blocked by the disciples of the three sects. From the side came two fragrances, the two beautiful sisters of the blood group, one on the left and one on the right, accompanied Yang Kai, one with a charming smile, the other with a seductive look. The elder sister said, "I said I would protect you, so I will definitely protect you. Don't worry, us sisters have already obtained a kind of inheritance. If there are any benefits this time, we won't fight with you." Yang Kai raised his head again, but Su Yang's figure was no longer there. "Smelly brat, I'm talking to you." Hu Jiao couldn't help but feel annoyed when Yang Kai didn't respond. "I heard you." Yang Kai helplessly responded. "Humph, I don't know what's so good about you." Hu Jiao whispered, but Yang Kai didn't hear her clearly. After traversing the distance of 5 kilometers, the three of them arrived in front of the dazzling golden stairs. Next to this incomparably large building, there was a layer of hazy light curtain. On the light curtain, there was a faint door-like thing. The disciples of the three sects, either alone or in groups, each found a door and drilled into the light curtain. The number of people quickly decreased. It was strange to say that standing in front of the light curtain, one could clearly see the scene on the stairs, but the disciples of the three sects who drilled in all disappeared without a trace. It was as if they were swallowed by an invisible big mouth. Seeing this scene, the two beautiful sisters couldn't help but feel a burst of fear. "Yang Kai, where did they go?" Hu Jiao nervously asked. "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head and walked to a door that no one cared about. He flicked his hand into the door, and only a layer of ripples appeared. He couldn't see the situation on the other side. "Are we going in or not?" Hu Mai-er's courage was even smaller, and she was already trembling. Yang Kai raised his head and glanced at the clouds before walking straight through the door. Seeing him so decisive, Hu Jiao clenched her teeth and pulled her sister's hand. "Let's go in." Stepping into the light curtain, what they saw was the same as what they saw outside. Inside was the endless stairs that stretched upwards. Yang Kai, who had entered before, was also in front of them. He was standing at the bottom of the first step, lost in thought. Looking left and right, there was no trace of other people. It was as if each door led to an independent space. Only those who entered from the same door would stay together. Looking back, Yang Kai's hand touched the door. The ripples dispersed and the door on the light curtain suddenly disappeared. The way back was cut off. Yang Kai took a deep breath and lifted his foot to step on the first step. After stepping on, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown and stop. "What's wrong?" Hu Jiao asked. "You two come up and try." Yang Kai called the two sisters. The two didn't hesitate and stepped forward. When they stood next to Yang Kai, the two sisters' bodies moved slightly at the same time. "What did you feel?" Yang Kai asked. "There's energy rushing to the soles of our feet." Hu Jiao replied. "Hot energy." Hu Mai continued. "Well, this is probably the test." Yang Kai smiled slightly. What he felt was different from the two sisters. He found that the energy rushing to the soles of his feet was actually of the yang attribute. Circulating the true yang tactics, this energy not only didn't cause any harm to him, but also replenished his yuan qi. But the two sisters were different. They had to circulate their qi to dissolve the energy that rushed to the soles of their feet. He gained, but they lost. Comparing them, the difference was obvious. But this energy is too weak. If this is the test, it's not worth mentioning. Hu Mai was a little excited. Her strength was only at the second level of the initial element, but she could easily resist it. "Don't lower your guard." Hu Jiao glanced at her sister. "This staircase has many levels. If the energy is stronger the higher we go, I'm afraid we won't be able to resist it at the end. Whether it's true or not, we'll know once we try." Yang Kai stepped forward again and stepped onto the second step. His footsteps didn't stop. Third step, fourth step. The two sisters followed closely behind. After walking through 100 levels, the three of them found that Hu Jiao's previous deduction was correct. The higher they went, the stronger the yang attribute energy contained in the staircase, and the more yuan qi they needed to dissolve. Looking up, they saw that the stairs were endless. The two sisters couldn't help but secretly complain. Unlike them, Yang Kai was enjoying himself. After walking through the 100 levels, his dantian had one more drop of yang liquid. All of it was the yang attribute energy that rushed to the soles of his feet. Yang Kai and the two sisters casually walked through the first 300 levels. Every time they stepped on a level, there would be a burst of yang attribute energy rushing into their bodies. As the number of levels increased, the energy gradually became stronger, but it wasn't to the extent that the three of them stopped. Yang Kai didn't need to say anything. The true yang tactics itself required this kind of energy. What made him a little surprised was Hu Mai. This girl, with her strength at the second level of the initial element boundary, was actually able to easily walk through the 300th level. But after the 300th level, the energy contained in the stairs became stronger. Every time the three of them stepped on a level, they had to pause for a moment before continuing. After reaching the 400th level, this situation became more and more obvious. The two sisters had to pause for about 3 breaths each time. After being affected by this kind of hot yang attribute energy for a long time, their bodies were exuding a little sweat. But now, it seemed that they were coping with it with ease. Along the way, Yang Kai silently counted the steps of the staircase. He believed that this test wasn't just like this. If it was really just like this, then it would be too simple. There must be some unforeseen events and unknown dangers. At the 490th level, Hu Mai and Hu Jiao stopped. The elder sister glanced at the happy Yang Kai and was unconvinced. She said that she was here to protect him this time. Why did it seem that she was the one who was more tired when walking these stairs? Why was his face full of joy and enjoyment? Let's rest for a while before continuing. Yang Kai glanced at them. No need. Hu Jiao gritted her teeth and stepped in front of Yang Kai. After walking 10 steps in a row, when Hu Jiao stepped on the 500th step, her delicate body couldn't help but shiver. Yang Kai saw this and quickly pulled her down. The two of them looked at each other and Hu Jiao asked, "How did it change?" Yang Kai's brow furrowed, but he didn't ask any further questions. Stepping onto the 500th step, this time what rushed into his feet was no longer a hot yang attribute energy, but instead an icy cold ice attribute energy that sent chills down his spine. This change of hot and cold was also the reason why Hu Jiao was surprised. Is this the test? Kai Yang smiled faintly. He didn't expect that the stairs in front of him would contain the yang attribute energy he needed. If that was the case, then anyone who cultivated a yang attribute secret art, as long as they had enough time, would be able to reach the top. But now it was different. After the 500th step, there was an impact of cold attribute energy, which was the opposite of yang attribute energy. Facing the cold attribute energy rushing into his body, Yang Kai had 2 options. One was to use the true yang yuan qi in his body to neutralize it. The other was to use the true yang secret art to refine it and absorb it into his bones. But no matter which method he chose, the consumption of his yuan qi was inevitable. Moreover, the consumption of the second method was much higher, so it wasn't as easy as just neutralizing it. If Yang Kai didn't have a lot of yang liquid stored in dantian, he might have chosen the first method. But now that he had more than 100 drops of yang liquid stored in dantian, he could boldly choose the second method without any worries. Using the true yang secret art, the cold energy rushing into his body was instantly refined and then absorbed into the unyielding golden skeleton. Let's go. Yang Kai turned around and smiled at the sisters and continued to lead the way. Hu Jiao looked at Yang Kai angrily and whispered to her sister, "What is he so proud of?" Hu Maya smiled bitterly, "He's not proud." Chapter 150. He's so proud of himself. That stinky brat dares to look down on me. Gritting her teeth, she and her sister activated their secret art. While dispelling the cold energy in their bodies, they chased after young Kai. On the first day, the three of them climbed the 1,000th step. When they reached the 1,000th step, young Kai took a step forward and found that it was as he had guessed. The energy in the 1,000th step had turned into the yang attribute. The change in the 500th step was a mixture of heat and cold. This kind of increasing impact was enough to stop 90% of the disciples from the three sects. Only those with profound strength could rely on their own cultivation to reach the 1,000th step. Logically speaking, Hu Mai should not have been able to reach this point, but she did. Moreover, she did not feel too tired. On the other hand, Hu Jiao, who was in the Yuan Qi realm, looked tired. The three of them chose to rest here for half a day. At the same time, at the top of the 3,000th step, a pure white figure was walking step by step towards the top. Her steps revealed a calm and tranquil aura, as if the impact of the stairs did not hinder her in the slightest. Her clothes fluttered in the wind, and her expression was indifferent. Occasionally, she would reach out and tuck her hair behind her ear. Her aura was calm, and there was not the slightest sign of exhaustion. When the impact from the bottom of her feet entered her body, it disappeared like snow melting in the early spring. Her delicate face made the sky pale in comparison, but she was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. She was like a flawless ice doll. She was Su Yang. She cultivated the Ice Heart secret art, and like young Kai, she had a unique advantage in this test of alternating heat and cold. There were 700 to 800 disciples from the three sects who cultivated yang and cold attribute secret arts and martial skills. It was not just young Kai and Su Yang. At this moment, these people all experienced their own advantages. However, there was a difference in strength. There was a difference in secret arts, and no one could reach the 3,000th step like Su Yang. Less than the 2,000th step, there were also a few figures. Xie Hongchen's face was gloomy as he gasped for breath. He sat cross-legged on the stairs and used pills to recover his energy. The inheritance is mine. Everything here is mine. As long as I obtain this inheritance, I, Xie Hongchen, will become the strongest disciple of the three sect. I can make High Heaven Pavilion stand above the other two sects, and even subdue them. I want all those who question me to die without a burial place. Young Kai, you are the first. Ha ha ha, I am Xie Hongchen. You are the true overlord of this world. Xie Hongchen was on the verge of going insane. The Yuan Qi in his body was in chaos. Normally, when one's strength reached his level, such a situation would not occur. This was clearly a state that only a cultivator in the Qi transformation stage would have. The scene of the disciples of the three sects fighting against the turtle-shaped monster beast was still lingering in his mind. What he saw was not the disciples of the three sects working together without hesitation. All he saw was the disdain those people had for him. This was because the turtle-shaped monster beast was provoked by Xie Hongchen, but in the end, it was heavily injured by Yang Kai, giving the disciples of the three sects the opportunity to kill it. Although from the beginning to the end, no one said anything about him. But this silent criticism made Xie Hongchen angry. Many of his junior brothers and junior sisters who used to worship and respect him looked at him with strange eyes. This made Xie Hongchen unable to bear. No one can look at him with that kind of eyes. No one. A few hundred steps in front of Xie Hongchen, Fang Ziki was gasping for breath as he stepped down. His whole body could not help but shiver. It took him a lot of effort to dissolve the cold qi that rushed into his body. Even his eyebrows showed signs of turning white. Hey, let's take a rest. Fang Ziki's expression was calm. He also knew that the inheritance depended on luck. Although the level of one's strength was related. But it was not a decisive factor. So even though he coveted the inheritance, he was not as crazy as Xie Hongchen. It looks like this place is specially prepared for those who cultivate yang and cold attribute cultivation methods. Fang Ziki muttered to himself as he took out a pill from his chest and put it in his mouth. Then why am I here? Isn't this a waste of time? It's better to take a few junior sisters and see if there are any other benefits in Heaven's Cave inheritance. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was reasonable. After a moment, Fang Ziki suddenly stood up and flew down. Not long after, He left the endless stairs. When he returned to the ground, he saw Du Yishuang sitting cross-legged with a sad face. "Hey, junior sister Du, why are you here?" Fang Ziki was surprised. Du Yishuang coldly glanced at him. Thinking of this brother's frivolity, her face became red. She turned her head and coldly snorted, ignoring him. Come. Brother was looking for someone to accompany me. You just happened to be here." Fang Ziki walked forward and pulled Du Yishuang up. Then, he hugged her without any scruples. "What are you doing?" Du Yishuang struggled, but how could she get rid of Fang Ziki? His hand was like an iron hoop around her waist. Du Yishuang's heartbeat became numb. "Let go of me, or I'll bite you," Du Yishuang fiercely said. She was like a little tiger baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. When a man does something, a woman should just shut up and follow him. Fang Ziki said domineeringly. Du Yishuang was absent-minded, but she didn't struggle as hard as before. On the 2000th step of the stairs, Long Jun of the blood group was also recovering. These people were the young talents of the three sects. Their strength was almost the same, so there was not much difference in the number of steps they were on. Xie Hongchen's madness was different from Fang Ziki's indifference. Long Jun was nervous but also had a trace of expectation. He didn't know if he would be able to obtain the inheritance. It would be great if he could obtain it. Long Jun obviously didn't have much confidence. After all, although his strength was the best among the three sects, he was older than the others. He wasn't that outstanding. Apart from the few people at the front, the rest of the three sects' disciples were mostly around the 1000-step mark. Yang Kai and the Hu sisters could only be considered to be in the middle. There were still many people who were struggling to move up the 1000-step mark. Each step required a lot of yuan qi, and they had to rest for a long time before they could move forward again. However, this kind of hardship was also a great benefit for these people. The test on the stairs was not only to select the candidates for the inheritance, but also to persevere and not retreat. Naturally, they would also obtain benefits as they moved forward. This was a kind of tempering of the mind. Lan Chudai was also struggling on the 100th step of the staircase. She was a beautiful woman with a proud figure. However, at this moment, her hair was covered with frost. Her whole body was trembling, but she clenched her teeth and refused to give up. Every time she thought of Yang Kai's cold and emotionless eyes, she felt a pang in her heart. She clenched her fists and breathed heavily as she stepped on a new step. She was ambitious and was willing to rely on the strong, but was this wrong? She was just a woman. Her aptitude was not very good. After entering High Heaven Pavilion, she had worked hard to cultivate until now, but she only had the strength of Qi Transformation 7th level. What was this kind of strength in the eyes of the strong? She wanted to rely on the strong just to find a support for herself. This was just a way for a woman to live a good life. She wasn't Su Yang, she wasn't a proud daughter of the heavens who attracted the attention of tens of thousands of people. Besides her own mind, she had nothing else to rely on. Perhaps this body that made men drool and women envied was a strength in the eyes of outsiders, but Lan Chudai never regarded it as her own capital. If possible, she didn't want to have such a body and appearance. Let men think about it, let women be jealous. 10 days ago, when that person was in a crisis, she chose to remain silent and did not help him. Perhaps, at that time, if she had said a few good words for him, he would not have looked at her like that. Haha, stingy junior brother, why can't you be magnanimous? No one can be relied on. Only by becoming strong yourself can you be considered strong. A stream of qi suddenly rushed out of Lan Chudi's body and circulated around her body. Lan Chudai was stunned for a moment before she smiled like a flower. While she was lost in her thoughts, she unexpectedly broke through her cultivation and reached the qi transforming stage 8th level. Closing her eyes and feeling the changes of her breakthrough, Lan Chudai looked excited. Let me quickly become stronger here. She once again stepped forward, faster and lighter than before. Lan Chudi's heart was filled with joy and joy. After resting for half a day, Yang Kai and the Hu sisters once again moved forward. After reaching the 1000th step, the pressure they felt was obviously different from before. The energy contained in each step was much greater. At the beginning, the two sisters did not need to rest, but the further they went, the longer they needed to rest. The same was true for young Kai. Although he practiced the true Yang secret art, his strength was still too low. It was impossible for him to walk through these steps like Su Yang. Therefore, the speed of the three was not very fast, and no one was dragging each other down. They gritted their teeth and persevered until they reached the 2000th step. Only then did they stop to rest again. Along the way, the energy contained in every 500 steps was different. Cold and hot alternated, causing people to have to face a completely opposite energy impact just as they got used to it. Not only did this consume a lot of energy, but it was also a test of the mind. The Hu sisters were somewhat out of breath, their breasts rising and falling. On the contrary, Yang Kai's face was calm. Although he also consumed some energy, the yang liquid stored in the dantian was enough to cope with the current situation. "Aren't you tired?" Hu Jiao'er could not help but look at Yang Kai. From the beginning until now, Yang Kai did not show any signs of fatigue, which puzzled Hu Jiao'er. If not for the previous opportunity, Hu Jiao'er believed that it would be impossible for her sister to reach here. She would have been stopped at the 1000th step. However, Yang Kai was only at the initial element stage. Along the way, she did not see him take any pills. How could his body have so much yuan qi to squander? It's okay. Yang Kai also sat on the steps to recover his physical strength and spirit. Monster. Hu Jiao'er smiled bitterly. Chapter 151. After resting for half a day, the three of them once again set off, stepping onto the staircase that still remained. Time slowly passed, and on the third day after the towering structure fell to the ground, many of the disciples from the three sects could no longer hold on and began to escape one after another. Although they had yet to reach the peak, none of them showed any signs of depression. Instead, they were filled with excitement and joy. This was because everyone had more or less obtained some benefits from this trial, and many of them had directly broken through their current realm. This naturally made them happy. On the fourth day, even more people ran down. Some were sweating profusely, while others were shivering from the cold. After these people recovered, they still wanted to enter the light curtain again. But this time, no matter what method they used, there was no way for them to break through the light curtain's obstruction and climb the endless stairs. Realizing this, everyone knew that they only had one chance. If they missed it, they would never have another, causing many of them to feel regret in their hearts. Everyone thought that if they had been able to persevere inside, they would have obtained even greater benefits. The trial in front of them was like this, but how could many things in life not be like this? There was always only one chance, and if they did not grasp it properly, they would only lament after missing it. On the fifth day, more than half of the disciples from the three sects had withdrawn from the trial. Everyone gathered around the light curtain, envying those who were still persevering inside and lamenting their own choices. However, most of the discussions were about who would be able to reach the peak. Without a doubt, Su Yang's voice was the most popular, because everyone who had come out knew that the cold and hot alternated. Su Yang's secret art undoubtedly had a great advantage. Moreover, among the young disciples of the three sects, her strength was the strongest, so it was not surprising that she could reach the peak. This voice made many of the High Heaven Pavilion disciples glow with pride. Su Yang's weight in the hearts of every High Heaven Pavilion disciple was not low. This was the same for both male and female disciples. Because Su Yang's strength and nobility had exceeded the bottom line of their envy. All that was left was admiration and worship. On the 5000th step, Yang Kai and the Hu sisters were still struggling. Yang Kai was still the same as before, but the appearance of the two sisters was not so good. It was not that they were tired. It was just that her appearance was somewhat alluring. The steamy stairs made them sweat profusely. Their faces were flushed, and their eyes were watery, like two ripe peaches. He took a bite, and his mouth was filled with sweetness and juices. So hot. As Hu Jiao'er walked up, she used her hand to lift up her collar and gently fanned herself. Her body was faintly discernible. She wasn't wearing much to begin with. Now that she was sweating, her dress stuck to her body, outlining her perfect curves. Hu Mai was also sweating profusely. Her ruber-like lips were now a little dry. She kept licking her lips with her tongue to moisten them. Why don't we rest a little more? Hu Jiao said bitterly as she glared at Yang Kai walking in front of her. She didn't expect that Yang Kai, whose strength was much lower than hers, would be able to act as if nothing had happened. This made her feel both annoyed and impressed. Hearing her words, Yang Kai, who was walking in front of her, stopped. He turned his head to look at her and said, "It won't be hot if we walk a little more." Looking down at Hu Jiao's chest from a high vantage point, he was able to see the soul-stirring white and blood-boiling deep cleavage. Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded. Hu Jiao obviously also noticed her loss of self-control. She quickly put her collar back and covered it with her hands. She glared at him and said, "What are you looking at?" Yang Kai laughed. Not only did he not withdraw his gaze, but he also unscrupulously lingered on the two sisters. Being stared at like this, the Hu sisters suddenly felt uncomfortable. The reason why they walked behind Yang Kai was because they were now soaking wet. How could they have the nerve to walk side by side with him? But they didn't expect this person to be so shameless and bold. "You're still looking." Hu Jiao vigilantly pulled her sister behind her, using her body to cover. Her face was red as she angrily glared at Yang Kai. Haha. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He turned his head and continued to walk forward. He opened his mouth and said, "This walk is extremely boring. There is some scenery on the side of the road, so naturally I have to stop and enjoy it. I really misjudged you." Hu Jiao bitterly lamented, "I thought you were a gentleman, but I didn't expect you to be so filthy. I can't wait to dig out my own eyes and smash them in your face." Yang Kai didn't look back. He lightly said, "A man looking at a woman is a matter of course. What does this have to do with being a gentleman? Besides, if you are angry, you should dig out my eyes." "Why dig out your own eyes? Jiao, are you confused?" Hu Jiao was even more furious. Her chest heaved up and down. She gritted her teeth and said, "Do you want me to beat you up before you shut up? You're wrong again. Have you forgotten that you are here to protect me?" Yang Kai suddenly turned around and raised his eyebrows at her. His tone was full of ridicule. These words made Hu Jiao's face turn red. Her murderous aura disappeared in an instant. She shyly said, "Can you not mention this matter? It's embarrassing." Before, she took the initiative to come and protect Yang Kai. But now, it seemed that he didn't need any protection. Instead, it was the two sisters who slowed him down. When she thought of this matter, Hu Jiao was embarrassed. "Okay, you two talk less. If you have the strength, you might as well walk a few steps." Hu Maya stood up to smooth things over. "Humph, turn your head away. You're still looking." Hu Jiao glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled slightly and didn't continue to argue with her. Following behind him, Hu Jiao whispered to her sister, "I don't think he is a good person. Be careful in the future. Don't let him eat your bones and not spit them out." "Sister." Hu Mai was extremely shy. After walking for an hour, Kai Yang suddenly came to a halt and stood quietly in place. The two sisters quickly stepped forward. When they set foot on the stairs where Yang Kai was, they couldn't help but shiver. "It's so cold." Hu Jiao rubbed the back of her hands, goosebumps rising all over her body. The two sisters' fragrant sweat was instantly frozen into ice shards. The 500th step changed and they arrived at the place where the cold attribute was. Without saying anything, the Hu sisters walked forward one by one and stuck to Yang Kai's side. Like quails in winter, they shivered incessantly. From the 3000th step until now, the three of them had spent their days like this. At the place where the yang attribute was, the two sisters followed behind Yang Kai. At the place where the cold attribute was, they snuggled up to Yang Kai for warmth. Along the way, there was a feeling of sharing weal and woe. Another day passed. When the three of them stopped to rest again, the Hu sisters looked at each other and nodded. It seemed as if they had come to a decision. "Yang Kai!" Hu Jiao suddenly shouted. "What's wrong?" "We thought about it and decided that we won't go with you." Yang Kai showed a trace of surprise, but he didn't say anything and just waited for the rest. Hu Jiao bitterly said, with your own leg strength, you should be faster. If it weren't for taking care of us, you definitely wouldn't be here now. If we go with you, we'll only be a burden. Hu Maier nodded slightly and said, Sister wanted to protect you, but now it seems that the test here has little to do with your strength. There's no need for protection. Yang Kai still didn't say anything and just quietly looked at them. Hu Jiao smiled and said, Do you think we're going to give up? We just don't want to go with you. You go your own way, we'll catch up. Have you decided? Yang Kai asked. En. Slowly standing up, Yang Kai said, If you've decided, I won't persuade you. These two girls were good at understanding people, and persuading them would only make him look hypocritical. Looking up at the peak of the clouds, Yang Kai said, Thank you for accompanying me on this journey. These few days weren't so boring. Hu Maier's face flashed with a trace of joy and shyness. The hostility and vigilance in Hu Jiao's heart was shattered by this sentence. I will go to the top. I want to see what's at the top. Yang Kai turned around and stepped up. His speed was undoubtedly much faster than before. Remember to tell us later, Hu Jiao said with a smile. Okay. Waiting until Yang Kai's figure became a small black dot in their field of vision, the two sisters stood up and continued to walk up while bitterly resisting the invasion of the cold air. However, they didn't take more than a few steps before two soft gusts of wind suddenly appeared in the air. Under these gusts of wind, both of them couldn't help but lean back. In the next moment, the two of them felt light and unexpectedly floated up. They were directly sent out of the endless staircase by the two gusts of cold wind. When they came back to their senses, their bodies had already fallen outside the light curtain. Still in shock, she turned her head to look and found that many people were like her sisters. It was obvious that they had just been sent out, and there was some fear on their faces. Moreover, without exception, these people were all women, and there was not a single man. Where's Yang Kai? Hu Maier looked around, but didn't find any trace of Yang Kai. He's still inside. Hu Jiao whispered. Although she didn't know what had just happened, since there was no trace of Yang Kai, he was definitely still inside. But why were only women sent out? The sudden appearance of a large group of girls also stunned the disciples of the three sects who had just come out. Not long after, the disciples of the three sects quickly surrounded them. Some asked about their well-being, while others asked about the situation of the women inside. After listening for a while, the Hu sisters discovered that their experience was the same as the two of them. While walking, they were suddenly wrapped in a soft wind and sent down. They didn't suffer any injuries. Chapter 152. In the crowd, Lan Chudi's whole body was purple as she shivered from the cold. However, her pair of beautiful eyes revealed an unyielding will. This kind of look was very similar to Yang Kai's, except that her eyes were much colder and less ruthless. Did I fail? Lan Chudi's heart was bitter. She was only at the Qi transformation stage 8th level, yet she was able to climb more than 3,000 steps. This kind of result was unheard of among the disciples of the three sects. What she relied on was the unyielding will in her heart and her desire to become stronger. But now, she was sent down by an uncontrollable force. How could she be willing to accept this? Why was it like this? As long as I have enough time, I will definitely climb to the top. Why did I have to be sent down? Lan Chudai clenched her hands so tightly that her slender nails even penetrated the flesh of her palms. Pain was the only thing that could calm her down. Junior sister, are you okay? Hu Jiao noticed Lan Chudi's abnormality and asked with concern. Lan Chudai slowly shook her head. Her eyes drooped as a tear of unwillingness slid down her face. Yang Kai continued to move forward. In his eyes, there was only the peak of the clouds. He did not notice what was happening to the Hu sisters behind him. Not needing to worry about others, Yang Kai's speed suddenly increased. This was the place where the cold attribute energy rushed. Step by step, there was almost no rest. The cold attribute energy entered his body and was refined by the true Yang secret art. After a cycle, it was absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. After reaching the 500th step, the energy changed and Yang Kai's footsteps became faster. When the cold attribute energy entered his body, It needed to be dissolved. However, when it came to the yang attribute energy, the process was much simpler. Step by step, he climbed the steps closer and closer to the top of the clouds. However, the pressure on his body also became stronger and stronger. Every time he climbed a step, the energy rushing into his body would increase by a lot. If not for Yang Kai's secret art and the large amount of yang liquid stored in the dantian, Yang Kai would not be able to be so calm. As he climbed higher and higher, Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. This kind of test was indeed getting more and more difficult, but it was not to the extent that it would stop people. If it was really a test of inheritance, it should not be so simple. After thinking about it, Yang Kai unsealed the old demon in his body. Previously, the old demon had been very noisy, wholeheartedly tempting Yang Kai to use the Hu sisters' virgin bodies to cultivate evil martial skills. In a fit of anger, Yang Kai had sealed his soul and only released it now. As expected, the old demon didn't dare to mention it again. Yang Kai told the old demon about his doubts, but the old demon didn't know what to say. Yang Kai didn't want him to be noisy and affect his state of mind, so he sealed him up after asking. No matter what kind of test there was, as long as he reached that step, he would naturally be able to face it. It was useless to think too much about it now. Understanding this, Yang Kai's heart suddenly relaxed, and even his body became much more relaxed. It seemed that with the change in his state of mind, the test here had become much simpler. Climbing day after day, Yang Kai finally reached the top after resting 3 times. Surrounded by clouds and mist, it was as if he was in a fairyland. Looking back, all the steps he had taken so far were imprinted in his eyes, making Yang Kai suddenly feel like he was in a dream. In front of him, there were only 10 steps left. As long as he finished these 10 steps, he would reach the top. Lifting his foot, Yang Kai stepped forward. 9th step, 8th step, 7th step. In Yang Kai's mind, he recalled the joy of the first few days, and the determination of the next few days. 6th step, 5th step, 4th step. Tracing back his memories, Yang Kai remembered the changes he had undergone after obtaining the wordless black book. 3rd step, 2nd step. The scene from 3 years ago also emerged, making Yang Kai's calm state of mind involuntarily stir up some waves. Kai Yang lifted his foot and stopped on the last step of the flight of stairs, pausing there. Only 1 step left, and he would reach the clouds. However, Yang Kai did not dare to fall. He did not know why, but he always felt that if he maintained this state of mind, after this step, even if he did not die, he would be seriously injured. This was a kind of intuition. Taking a deep breath, silently circulating the true Yang secret art, Yang Kai maintained this posture, not moving at all. Feeling the breeze on his face, feeling the waves in his heart slowly calm down, the bits and pieces of memory once again calmed down. After an unknown amount of time, when Yang Kai opened his eyes again, there was no longer the slightest hesitation or fear in them, only determination. His foot stepped down. The world buzzed, and an invisible pressure suddenly fell on Yang Kai's body. This was a kind of pressure, the pressure of a monarch descending to the world. Yang Kai's body suddenly bent, his legs bent, almost kneeling on the ground. But when his knees were half a foot away from the ground, he stopped. Sweat instantly soaked his clothes, and his flesh was fiercely spasming, trembling and squirming. This pressure was not much worse than the pressure of the world he felt when he was cultivating the tempered body technique. However, it lacked a certain charm. If he really wanted to compare, the feeling he felt when he was cultivating the tempered body technique was stronger than this. That was the resistance of the world's shackles, but what he was facing now was a kind of pressure from a strong master. In the dark, Yang Kai felt as if there was an eye slowly opening in the sky, watching him. Slowly straightening his bent body, Yang Kai's forehead bulged with blue veins, and his face flushed red. As he resisted, the pressure he felt became stronger and stronger. A muffled groan came out, and the taste of blood filled his mouth. Yang Kai's body had already suffered some injuries. "I can withstand the pressure of the world, let alone you, who is not the world." Yang Kai gritted his teeth, and his bones made a zheng-zheng sound. He slowly lifted his other foot, moved it little by little, and stepped toward the last step of the stairs. It seemed like only a moment, but it also seemed like thousands of years. When Yang Kai painstakingly put his feet on the last step of the stairs, his body finally straightened up. The pressure on his body suddenly lightened. At this moment, Yang Kai broke the invisible shackles. The huge amount of energy in the air fiercely poured into Yang Kai's body, and the Yuan Qi in his body surged. After a moment, Yang Kai smiled and wiped the corner of his mouth. Initial element realm level 8. Walking through these endless stairs allowed his strength to break through to the next level. It was not a wasted effort. Looking up again, Yang Kai saw the palace hidden in the clouds. But below the palace, there were still layers of stairs. However, the number of stairs was not as many as before. Yang Kai glanced at them and knew that there were only 100 of them. The second test. Yang Kai muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he strode forward. When he stepped on the first step of the stairs, a hot Yang attribute energy appeared out of thin air beside Yang Kai. This energy was like a red silk thread, visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai looked surprised and reached out to grab it. Circulating the true Yang secret art, it was directly absorbed. Strange. Yang Kai did not understand. If the second test was like this, wouldn't it be superfluous? This kind of thing had been experienced countless times in the past few days, but a few days ago, the energy rushed to the bottom of his feet, but this time, it was floating in front of his eyes. There was not much difference. Yang Kai did not investigate further because Yang Kai could not see any clues for the time being. Step by step, Yang Kai continued to walk up. Every time he passed a step, a Yang attribute energy would appear beside him. As Yang Kai walked up, he collected all of it, turning it into his own. The 100th step of the stairs allowed Dantian to gain 2 drops of Yang liquid. Only when he reached the 99th step did Yang Kai discover that something was wrong. On the stairs of the 100th step, there was an ice barrier blocking his path. Reaching out to touch it, it was extremely cold, and there was a strange coldness to it. Even his true Yang secret art could not easily dissolve it. What was even stranger was that when Yang Kai's hand came into contact with this layer of ice barrier, the Yang Qi that he had absorbed when he walked up the 100th step uncontrollably gushed out of his dantian and dissipated into the air. The next moment, Yang Kai's vision blurred, and when he recovered, he had already arrived at the bottom of the first step. Frowning, Yang Kai looked up and saw that it was indeed the 100th step he had just passed. But why did he come down again? Was the ice barrier on the 100th step the difficulty of this test? If that was the case, then it meant that he had to break this ice barrier in order to pass this test. How could he break it? Yang Qi should be the nemesis of this ice barrier. Perhaps he could give it a try. After thinking for a long time, Yang Kai once again stepped forward and walked up the 100th step like before. Once again, a Yang attribute energy appeared on the first step of the stairs, and Yang Kai absorbed it all. Not long after, he arrived in front of the ice barrier. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai clenched his fist, circulated his Yuan Qi, and directly sent out a burning Yang burst. With a loud bang, the fierce Yuan Qi poured into the ice barrier, like a stone sinking into the sea, without the slightest ripple. Instead, Yang Kai was once again sent back down, and the energy he had just absorbed turned into 99 streaks, dissipating into nothingness. His burning Yang burst didn't work, and even if he used the star mark, he probably wouldn't be able to break this ice barrier, so what was the key? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment, and couldn't help but understand. For the third test, Yang Kai would stop for a long time at every step, and hold the thread-like energy that appeared out of thin air in his hand. He didn't absorb it again, and simply held it like that. As the number of steps increased, the red threads on his hand became more and more violent, and even faintly burned Yang Kai's hand. For a cultivator who practiced the true Yang tactics, this was very inconceivable, but in fact, this Yang Qi was so strange. If he didn't absorb it, it would become violent and restless, constantly attacking Yang Kai. Enduring the pain in his hand, Yang Kai didn't make a sound. What was strange was that as time passed, the Yang Qi in his hand gradually calmed down, as if it had found a home, no longer struggling, no longer resisting, and no longer attacking. Yang Kai smiled. He felt that he had found the right method. As the number of steps increased, The yang qi gathered in Yang Kai's hand formed a fireball, but even so, Yang Kai wasn't injured anymore. Standing in front of the 99th step again, Yang Kai gently sent the fireball in his hand into the ice barrier in front of him. This time, Yang Kai wasn't sent down again. After absorbing the yang qi, the ice barrier made a cracking sound, and immediately, like a mirror, countless cracks appeared on it. With a crash, the towering and magnificent palace appeared in front of Yang Kai. The path is clear. Chapter 153. The moment the ice barrier shattered, Xie Hongchen's angry and unwilling roar came from the endless stairs. He had expended a great deal of effort, and now that he was about to climb to the top with great difficulty, he was only 100 feet away from the end. He thought that victory was in sight, but he didn't expect that a gentle breeze would blow in his face. Under the influence of this gentle breeze, he was wrapped up and sent down like the Hu sisters a few days ago. No! Xie Hongchen shouted and stretched out his hands as if he wanted to grab the last step and keep himself here, but the end of the stairs was getting farther and farther away from him. No! Xie Hongchen roared to the sky. After so many days of perseverance and hard work, just as he was about to reach the end, he did not expect to fall short at the last moment. This wasn't his problem. Someone else had reached the end before him. Only one person could obtain the inheritance, so he was labeled as a failure and sent down by the gentle wind. Who was it? Xie Hongchen's red eyes flashed through one person after another, but in the end, he felt that it was most likely Su Yang. Was it her? The unwillingness in Xie Hongchen's heart lessened a lot, but it was still strong. When he regained his composure, Xie Hongchen found himself in an unfamiliar place. Looking up at the sky, this should still be the Heaven's Cave inheritance, but there was no one around. Standing in place and thinking for a long time, Xie Hongchen's mouth curled into a cold smile. Su Yang, if you really obtained the inheritance of this place, then I can't let you go. Like Xie Hongchen, the other disciples of the three sects were sent down by the gentle wind. However, without exception, these people were all men, just like the female disciples of the three sects a few days ago. Unlike the female disciples, these men were scattered in different corners of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. Many of them were sad for a moment, but then they got up and began to search again. Since they could not obtain the inheritance, they would see if there were any benefits here. Above the clouds, the magnificent palace appeared in front of Yang Kai. The gate was more than 100 feet high, as if welcoming Yang Kai's arrival. Instead of moving forward, Yang Kai stood in place and closed his eyes, feeling the gains and losses along the way. If the first layer's endless stairs tested a person's temperament and willpower, in that case, the second floor's 100 steps would test one's control over yang energy. Only by completely controlling the red line energy of the 99 steps could he break through the last layer of ice barrier. After a long time, Yang Kai smiled and stepped forward. At this moment, he clearly felt that the true Yang Yuan Qi in his body had undergone some changes. Passing through the wide-open door and walking into the palace, the origin of Yang seal on his chest suddenly reacted violently. In the past, when the origin of Yang seal sensed Yang energy, it would react differently depending on the strength of the energy. However, it had never reacted as strongly as today. It was so strong that Yang Kai felt a burning sensation in his chest. With a grim expression, Zhongxian walked in the direction indicated by the origin of Yang seal. Not long after, Yang Kai saw a huge red and white energy ball suspended in the air about 100 feet above the ground. It was this energy ball that caused the origin of Yang seal to react. However, what made Yang Kai feel strange was that this energy ball not only contained hot yang energy, but also a bone-chilling cold ice attribute energy. These two completely different types of energy were mixed together, but they blended with each other without any conflict. Inside the energy ball, a hazy pattern flashed from time to time. Looking carefully, Yang Kai was shocked. It was the pattern of a dragon soaring to the 9th heaven and a phoenix crying to the 9th heaven. The dragon and phoenix patterns flashed and disappeared, similar to the scene when the Heaven's Cave inheritance had appeared. This is the inheritance. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. As he was carefully examining the energy ball, he saw something white move from the corner of his eye, and in the next moment, two pairs of eyes fell on him. Yang Kai hurriedly looked towards the white light and couldn't help being stunned. As their eyes met, both of them had a look of disbelief on their faces. Su Yang. Yang Kai never thought that there would be another person here besides him, and this person was actually Su Yang. At this moment, she was sitting cross-legged below the energy ball, her body as white as snow, pure as ice and jade. "It's you." Su Yang's beautiful eyes showed a trace of surprise, but at the same time, there was also some relief. It was as if she had suddenly understood a question that had puzzled her for a long time after Yang Kai's arrival. Smiling slightly, meeting his big senior sister here made Yang Kai feel both surprised and familiar. Walking over, he stood in front of Su Yang and looked up at the energy ball in mid-air, then back at her, asking, "How long have you been here?" "About 4 or 5 days. Su Yang faintly nodded, her voice still cold, but it no longer contained the initial sense of rejection from before. 4 or 5 days. Yang Kai was secretly speechless, thinking to himself, worthy of High Heaven Pavilion's heaven's pride. 4 or 5 days ago, I had just separated from the Hu sisters. At that time, I had only climbed half of the endless stairs, but she had already arrived here. Her speed was much faster than my own. What Yang Kai didn't know was that it was precisely because Su Yang had passed the test and entered this hall that the other women were sent down by the gentle wind. When he arrived here, the man on the endless stairs was also sent down. It could be said that only the two of them were left here. "Sit down and talk." Su Yang motioned. Yang Kai nodded and sat cross-legged across from her. Being so close to her, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across Su Yang's face, but it quickly disappeared. The two of them stared at each other in silence for a while before Yang Kai suddenly smiled and said, "I climbed the 10,000 steps and then the 100 steps before arriving here. Of the 10,000 steps, the 500 steps changed, alternating between hot and cold, preventing people from moving forward. On the 100 steps, I collected 99 rays of yang attribute energy and broke through an ice barrier." Su Yang also smiled. "I also climbed the 10,000 steps. Like you, I also climbed the 100 steps. However, on the 100 steps, I collected 99 rays of yang attribute energy and froze a sea of fire." Her smile was truly devastatingly beautiful. It was as if a spring breeze had blown through the frozen earth. The snow-white world was instantly filled with greenery, and the spring flowers bloomed. Yang Kai couldn't help but stare blankly at her, his whole body feeling comfortable from the inside out. Su Yang's long eyelashes fluttered as she turned her gaze away. "I didn't know that your smile was so beautiful." Yang Kai was not stingy with his praise. "I'm not familiar with you." Su Yang's icy face was slightly red, but her expression was indifferent. Once unfamiliar, twice familiar. Facing this goddess who was worshipped by the disciples of the three sects, Yang Kai didn't feel the slightest pressure as he teased her. Su Yang obviously didn't want to continue with his nonsense and said, "I'll tell you what I think. Listen carefully, and if there's anything you think is inappropriate, tell me." Yang Kai solemnly nodded. He knew that Su Yang was going to talk about the inheritance here. After all, she had been here for 4 or 5 days and knew more than him. After sorting out her thoughts, Su Yang lightly opened her mouth. "We were all wrong. The disciples of the three sects all thought that the inheritance here could only be obtained by one person. But from the current situation, it seems that this inheritance is for 2 people. The fusion of cold and heat on the endless steps is the best evidence. That place is not only a test of a person's temperament and will, but also a test to select a candidate for the inheritance." Yang Kai nodded. He had also thought of this point, but it was only a guess and he didn't dare to be too sure. As for the second test, although you and I have different experiences, it's mostly the same. This is a test of our ability to control our elemental energy. Only by passing these 2 tests can we reach this place. Su Yang ran her fingers through her hair and lowered her head slightly, revealing her slender white neck as she softly said, "Before you came here, I didn't dare to make such a conclusion, but after seeing you here, I finally understood some of the key points. Do you see what's above our heads?" Yang Kai nodded. "These past 4 or 5 days, I've been trying to collect it, but I haven't had any results. It rejects me, so if I'm not wrong, We must both circulate our secret arts at the same time in order to draw it down and obtain the inheritance here. Su Yang's words were very simple, but they hit the nail on the head. What do you want to do? Yang Kai asked after listening. The inheritance here was no longer a matter of one person, but involved both him and Su Yang, so no one had the right to decide. No one knew what their relationship would be like after obtaining the inheritance here. But since the inheritance was shared between two people, it would definitely not be as strange as before. For Yang Kai himself, he was naturally happy to share the inheritance with Su Yang. This cold senior sister was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. She was a very good person, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't reject her. Now, it all depended on her opinion. If Su Yang wasn't willing to obtain the inheritance here with him, Yang Kai wouldn't force her. Su Yang obviously also considered this, and her expression couldn't help but show some hesitation and struggle. She didn't know what would happen to her and Yang Kai after obtaining the inheritance, but when she thought of how he was unafraid of death and saved her from the turtle-shaped monster beast a few days ago, Su Yang's struggle and hesitation loosened a little. After a long while Yang Kai was waiting in silence, Su Yang slowly raised her head. She stared at Yang Kai closely, as if she didn't want to miss any expression on Yang Kai's face, and said in a firm tone, "If I say that I don't want to be tied to someone I'm not familiar with because of some external force, even if it's an inheritance, I won't do it. Will you be disappointed?" Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, then nodded, a little. Su Yang's expression darkened. "But I will respect your choice. You have your own freedom, and I have mine. If you don't want to, then don't." Yang Kai looked calm, then slowly got up and said to Su Yang, "If you really don't want to, then let's go." "Go where?" Su Yang raised her head and asked. The way she tilted her head was very interesting, less cold and more curious. "Go out." Yang Kai chuckled, "If you don't want the inheritance, then why are we still here?" "Who said I don't want it? Since we've already come here, how can we go back empty-handed?" Su Yang smiled faintly, and there was a hint of slyness in her smile. "Are you playing with me?" Yang Kai's face sank, and he said bitterly, "I trusted you so much, but you actually lied to me. It was just a little test. You don't have to be so angry, right? Don't you men always brag about being magnanimous? How come you can't even take a woman's joke?" Su Yang pursed her lips and looked at Yang Kai indifferently. Chapter 154. Yang Kai really couldn't get angry and simply sat down in front of Su Yang and sighed. "Su Yang, you really don't have the demeanor of a senior sister. You're already calling me by my name, so why should I act like a senior sister?" Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He had never thought that this icy woman could actually be so eloquent. A woman's nature. However, after a few words of bickering, the relationship between the two of them had become much closer. Even when Yang Kai had saved her that day, it had not had such an effect. Smiling bitterly, Yang Kai raised his hand and surrendered. Fine, I was wrong." Seeing his glib tongue, Su Yang became serious and said, "Since you've decided to accept it, let's begin." It could be seen that she was still a little nervous, but she was much better than before. "What do I do?" Yang Kai asked seriously. "Circulate your Yang attribute secret art." Su Yang closed her eyes and began circulating her Ice Heart secret art, a bone-chilling cold slowly spreading out. Yang Kai also quickly circulated his True Yang secret art, causing his burning True Yang Yuan Qi to flow through his meridians. As soon as the two diametrically opposed secret arts began circulating, the entire hall began to show some unusual reactions and a series of rumbling sounds rang out incessantly. Hearing this, Su Yang's face lit up with joy, knowing that her previous deduction was not wrong. Relying on either her or Yang Kai alone, it would be impossible to obtain the inheritance here. Only by circulating their secret arts at the same time would there be a possibility of success. As time passed, the energy ball suspended above the two of them gradually began to react, as if it was being guided by a hand, and slowly began to descend. The dragon and phoenix seals inside the energy ball shuttled back and forth, constantly changing images and flashing images that were too much for the eyes to take in. After a full half an hour, the several dozen meter high energy ball fell between the two of them, the dragon and phoenix seals flashing more and more violently as red and white light flowed endlessly, creating a dense light. Accompanied by a resounding dragon roar and phoenix cry, the ball of energy suddenly burst into two, transforming into a fire dragon and an ice phoenix, each of which then rushed into Yang Kai and Su Yang's bodies. Both of their bodies trembled as a painful and struggling expression appeared between their brows. On Yang Kai's side, when the fire dragon rushed into his body, he suddenly felt a majestic and vigorous yang attribute energy in his meridians. At the same time, some information flowed into his mind. Not daring to be negligent, Yang Kai crazily revolved his true yang secret art, wanting to convert this energy into yang liquid. But what shocked him was that his true yang secret art was unable to convert this energy. No matter how hard he tried, it would not turn into yang liquid and sink into the dantian as usual. Along with this surge of energy, Yang Kai's meridians and physique felt as if they were on fire, and an inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. His five senses had become quite sharp, and Yang Kai could clearly smell a faint fragrance coming from not far in front of him. This fragrance was Su Yang's body fragrance, and when it entered his nose, it seemed to carry with it an inexplicable energy that tugged at his heartstrings, made his heart beat faster, and blended into his blood, causing it to boil and flow faster. This was a primal impulse. How could this be? Yang Kai's heart shook as he quickly checked the information that had just entered his mind along with the fire dragon. After a moment, Yang Kai's expression became strange. Opening his eyes, he happened to see Su Yang staring at him. Unlike Yang Kai's hot body, Su Yang's face was pale and her delicate body was trembling uncontrollably, her teeth chattering. She was frozen. After cultivating the ice heart secret art, cold was her best companion, but now this cold had exceeded the limit of what she could bear, causing her to have this kind of reaction. Just like how the heat had also exceeded the limit of what Yang Kai could bear. However, Yang Kai could clearly see that Su Yang's pale face had a faint blush, her breathing was slightly heavy, and her stars-like eyes were surging with lust. Their four eyes met, and Yang Kai knew that she should be feeling the same as him right now, endlessly thirsting for the other party's energy. Yang Kai longed for her cold to soothe his heat, and she longed for Yang Kai's heat to warm her cold. This kind of desire was instinctive, an instinct that had emerged from her body after absorbing the fire dragon and ice phoenix. However, this kind of instinct had not yet destroyed each other's consciousness, allowing them to think and resist. Su Yang, the inheritance we obtained. Yang Kai slowly opened his mouth, licking his lips. He felt like his throat was on fire as he stared at Su Yang with bloodshot eyes. I know. Su Yang clenched her teeth, her face revealing a trace of bitterness. Although she knew that the inheritance would be obtained by the two of them together, after obtaining it, her relationship with Kai Yang wouldn't be as strange as before. However, she never expected that the inheritance would turn out to be like this. The art of yin-yang joyous unification, this was a kind of secret art, and as soon as one heard the name, one would know how to cultivate it. The grade of this secret art was unknown, but it was definitely not low, because Su Yang's Ice Heart secret art was a profound grade secret art that had been passed down since ancient times, but even Ice Heart secret art was unable to resist the cold, so the quality of the art of yin-yang joyous unification could be imagined. This is a dual cultivation secret art, right? When Yang Kai asked this question, his heart could not help but beat faster. Su Yang's answer made one's imagination run wild and fanciful. The tone that came from the tip of her nose was like a low moan, teasing Yang Kai's mind. Then isn't it an evil secret art? Yang Kai was depressed. Although he was very happy to be able to obtain this kind of inheritance with Su Yang, if it was an evil secret art, then it would be a big problem. Su Yang could not help but bitterly smile at his shallow knowledge. Unconsciously twisting her body, she said in a trembling voice, "Dual cultivation is not an evil secret art. Plucking yin to nourish yang, plucking yang to nourish yin is an evil secret art." Normally, Su Yang would not discuss such a shameful topic with a man, but at this moment, she could only patiently explain to Yang Kai. Even so, her heart was very embarrassed, and her face was blushing. Oh! Yang Kai could not help but feel relieved. He looked up at Su Yang and saw that she was looking at him softly. Her pair of eyes contained a hint of lust, and in an instant, Yang Kai's psychological defenses collapsed. From the time he met Su Yang until now, Su Yang had always been aloof, pure and cold. He had never seen her show such a weak expression, and he could not help but want to protect and comfort her. Right now, she was not the proud daughter of High Heaven Pavilion, nor was she the goddess worshipped by the disciples of the three sects. She was just a woman who longed for the hot yuan qi in her body. At certain times, men were always more easily swayed than women. Every woman was born with unswerving determination. Su Yang. Yang Kai looked at her anxiously. No. Su Yang's eyebrows were filled with a painful struggle, but she still slowly shook her head. Yang Kai sighed, and his expression became firm as he said, "Then let's try and see if we can dissolve the energy in our bodies." Hearing him say this, Su Yang looked at him with gratitude and nodded slightly. If at this time Yang Kai had insisted, she did not know if she could have resisted the temptation. Yang Kai's understanding and patience were enough to earn her gratitude. The two closed their eyes again and began circulating their secret arts in an attempt to dissolve the cold and heat in their bodies. But as time passed, Yang Kai found that the more he tried to dissolve the cold, the more ferocious the heat and desire became. The desire to move was like a monstrous wave that swept through his heart and body, causing his mind to ring out in fanciful whispers. The tip of his nose was filled with the fragrance of a woman, and the air that his hands touched seemed to become soft and smooth. All of this was enough to cause a person with a weak mind to instantly fall into depravity. The fire dragon that had drilled into his body roared angrily, as if it was impatient because it had not been able to fuse with the cold. Yang Kai's skin became red, like a hot iron. His whole body was steaming hot, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Unyielding and perseverance were his greatest strengths. Even if the temptation in front of him was enough to move any man, as long as Su Yang did not nod her head, he would not do anything. The fire dragon roared, as if it was interrogating and urging him. Yang Kai's resistance had angered it greatly. As this roar entered his soul, Yang Kai's consciousness began to fade bit by bit, his eyes turning red like a bull in heat. His heartbeat reached an unprecedented rate, like the beating of a war drum, powerful and clear. Every time he breathed, a wave of heat would roll up his body. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to embrace Su Yang in front of him and use her coldness to dissolve his own heat. This was not his desire for her, but rather the attraction of her coldness to his own heat. This kind of attraction was stronger than any kind of aphrodisiac in the world. Yang Kai was like this, and so was Su Yang. Under the interference of their respective energies, the two of them were slowly losing their minds. Just as his consciousness was about to disappear, Yang Kai quickly released the unyielding will he had been suppressing for a long time. Unyielding will, not yielding to any kind of pressure, was also a kind of pride. A warmth seeped out of his bones, and his divine sense, which was about to disappear, suddenly recovered a lot. At this moment, he heard a moan that caused his mind to ripple. It was coming from Su Yang's throat, and when this sound entered his ears, he almost lost himself again. Hurriedly opening his eyes, he saw Su Yang's pale face with an alluring blush, her teeth biting her ruby-red lips, her long eyelashes trembling, and her body convulsing. The air was filled with an indescribable fragrance, one that was even more intoxicating than Su Yang's body fragrance. Su Yang, Su Yang. Yang Kai's voice thundered as he shouted at her twice. Su Yang's body trembled, her fan-like long eyelashes trembled slightly. Opening her hazy eyes, she looked at Kai Yang and gritted her teeth. I can still do it. You also, hold on a little longer. Yang Kai nodded slightly, closing his eyes and continuing to dissolve the tyrannical yuan qi in his body. Just like before, the violent heat attacked Yang Kai's body and mind again and again, making it impossible for him to think properly, leaving him with only his instinctive impulses. But at the most critical moment, the unyielding golden skeleton would always play a role, allowing Yang Kai to regain consciousness for a moment. Chapter 155. With the help of the unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai resisted again and again, resisting again and again, but his meridians and flesh were still burning painfully. He didn't know how long he could last, but he was certain that if he continued like this for a long time, he would definitely be burned to death because the hot energy in his body was becoming more and more intense, to the point where he was faintly unable to bear it. Just thinking about it made him feel ridiculous. A person who cultivated the true yang secret art could actually be burned to death by yang attribute energy. This was a legend that no one would believe. Compared to Yang Kai, Su Yang's situation was even worse. If it weren't for Yang Kai waking her up every time her mind was clear, she wouldn't have been able to hold on. Even so, Su Yang's situation was getting worse and worse. Waking up again, before Kai Yang could even open his mouth to call out Su Yang's name, he was surprised to find that she had at some point moved half a foot in front of him, half knelt in front of him, breathing heavily, her eyes blurred. Zheng Zhong stretched out her hand to touch his cheek. It could be seen that her movements were involuntary. She was still struggling and resisting. The soft hand that touched him carried a dense chill. Even her fingernails were covered with a layer of snow-white frost. Her small hand was trembling violently. From time to time, her movements would pause, and a pained expression would appear on her face. Every time this happened, a faint moan would escape from her throat. Su Yang. Yang Kai called out as usual, but his voice was much softer than before. He didn't know if this was his own doing or not, but he felt a little guilty. Even so, Su Yang's beautiful eyes still regained some clarity. Seeing her own movements, she also saw the pity and tenderness in Yang Kai's eyes. I don't think I can hold on. For the first time, Su Yang was able to speak a complete sentence. Yang Kai looked at her and smiled, then reached out and grasped Su Yang's hand. The moment the two touched, the fire dragon and ice phoenix in their bodies once again let out a dragon roar and phoenix cry, their bodies trembling as their divine senses quickly recovered. Looking at each other, Yang Kai didn't let go, and neither did Su Yang, their 10 fingers intertwined. They both knew that once they let go of each other, they would continue to struggle in pain like before. A strange feeling welled up in their hearts, causing both of them to feel warm. Won't you regret it? Yang Kai asked with a light smile, holding Su Yang's hand. Her small hand was cold, but very smooth and soft, giving him a comfortable feeling. Su Yang's face blushed as she lowered her eyes and whispered, "We've already done our best." Su Yang lightly pushed, with one hand, Yang Kai held Yang's hands, with the other hand, Yang. One body was as hot as fire, while the other was as cold as ice. They were tightly huddled together, but it was as if they had fused together. An indescribable feeling sublimated in their hearts. Although their divine senses had recovered, the abnormalities in their bodies were still the same as before, a sign of their expectations and needs for each other. Su Yang. Yang Kai whispered, his voice trembling slightly. After all, this was the first time he had experienced such a thing, so he didn't know what to do. Su Yang didn't speak, simply burying her head in Yang Kai's shoulder. The two remained in a daze for a long time before Yang Kai stretched out an arm, wrapped it around her neck, and slowly lowered her. Lying down, Su Yang closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling, her expression extremely nervous, her hands tightly clenched together on her lower abdomen. Don't be nervous. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Seeing her like this, he felt a lot more relaxed. As he spoke, he took a deep breath and pressed his lips against Su Yang's. As their lips met, Su Yang's body suddenly straightened. Yang Kai gently patted her hand, conveying his comfort. After a while, she gradually relaxed. Yang Kai then pried open her mouth and began teasing her. An uncontrollable whimper echoed in the hall, and Su Yang finally stretched out her hands, wrapping them around Yang Kai's neck, responding fiercely. At this moment, she had completely subverted the pure and innocent image in Yang Kai's mind. Her thirst for heat had made it impossible for her to maintain her natural instincts. Her clothes were undone layer by layer before being casually tossed aside by Yang Kai, the two of them in a state of chaos. When the last piece of clothing was removed, Su Yang's face was red to the point of turning purple, one hand covering her chest and the other covering her lower abdomen, trembling once again. Yang Kai's eyes blazed as he stared at her, secretly praising the generosity and benevolence of the Creator. Su Yang seemed to have gathered the best of the best in the world, perfect without the slightest flaw. Every inch of her skin exuded an attractive luster like porcelain. The jade peaks that were being protected by her hands were neither too big nor too small, just right. Her flat lower abdomen didn't have a trace of excess flesh, smooth and tender like the most exquisite silk, making one unable to part with it. At this very moment, her body was suffused with a strange red light that was surging with amorous feelings. Yang Kai reached out and removed the arm that was covering her chest. Su Yang resisted slightly before accepting her fate, but her eyelashes trembled even more violently. Although the whole process was short, it gave Yang Kai a kind of sacrilege. If he hadn't obtained the dual cultivation inheritance with her this time, how could he have had the opportunity to get close to such a noble and arrogant woman? But now, not only could he get close to her, he could even possess her. With this thought in mind, Yang Kai could no longer suppress his emotions. A beast-like roar came from his throat as he hugged Su Yang's body, sitting up and placing her on his lap. "Bear with it, I heard it's a little painful." Yang Kai didn't forget to remind her. Su Yang nodded slightly, not daring to open her eyes from beginning to end. Under the guidance of Yang Kai, her body slowly fell. Her body felt like it was being slowly pierced by a long spear, and a numbing feeling instantly spread throughout her body. Su Yang's footing became unstable and she directly sat down. This time, Su Yang cried out in pain, but she immediately clenched her teeth and held back. She wrapped her arms around Yang Kai's neck, her body convulsing and trembling as 2 drops of tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. At this moment, she couldn't wait to beat Yang Kai up. What did he mean by a little painful? It was clearly a heart-wrenching pain. She didn't move, and Yang Kai didn't dare to either, so the two of them maintained this posture. After a long time, the pain gradually faded, replaced by a strange emptiness in her body. This was an unprecedented feeling, one that made her want to twist her body, but she was too embarrassed to do so. "Circulate the joyous unification art." Yang Kai's faint voice entered Su Yang's ears, causing her to panic and quickly open her eyes to look at him. She found that although the man in front of her had a beastly look in his eyes, there was still a trace of calmness, mixed with a lot of heartache and pity. She couldn't help feeling relieved. Su Yang nodded slightly and together with Yang Kai circulated the dual cultivation method they had just obtained. As soon as the secret art was circulated, Yang Kai and Su Yang both involuntarily let out a groan. The roaring fire dragon and the impatient ice phoenix in their bodies suddenly calmed down at this moment, causing the exhaustion in their bodies and minds to disappear in an instant, replaced by a comfortable feeling. The two of them were closely joined together, and the vigorous yuan qi flowed back and forth between their bodies, blending with each other. Although their posture was intimate, the expressions on their faces were solemn at this moment, as they carefully guided the yuan qi without the slightest thought. Through the union of their bodies, Yang Kai could clearly feel Su Yang's strength. The amount of ice qi in her body was more than 100 times more than what was stored in his meridians. Compared to her, he was like a toddler learning how to walk, so fragile that he couldn't even withstand a single blow. Su Yang must have noticed this, so when she circulated the secret art, she didn't dare to move too quickly, letting Yang Kai's will take the lead, for fear that he wouldn't be able to handle it. The circulation of the secret art not only allowed the two of them to feel the condition of each other's bodies, but also allowed their spirits to merge. The original feeling of unfamiliarity disappeared in an instant, and both of them felt like the other was the most important person in their lives. This feeling was very natural, without the slightest abrupt. After circulating one cycle after another, the fire dragon in Yang Kai's body and the ice phoenix in Su Yang's body gradually disappeared. The two huge energies didn't remain in their meridians, nor did they enter the dantian. No one knew where they had gone. Their purpose seemed to be to force Yang Kai and Su Yang to cultivate the yin-yang joyous unification art. At this moment, the two of them were already cultivating, so they had completed their respective missions. However, Yang Kai felt that they shouldn't disappear, he just didn't know where they were hiding. The joyous unification art continued to circulate, and Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi and Su Yang's ice-cold Qi replaced the fire dragon and ice phoenix, flowing and fusing in their meridians. However, because the difference in strength between the two of them was too great, Yang Kai's Yuan Qi couldn't cause any waves after it entered Su Yang's body. It was like a stone sinking into the sea, disappearing without a trace. This discovery made Yang Kai feel a little embarrassed. Take your time, don't worry. Su Yang's gentle voice sounded in his mind. She seemed to understand Yang Kai's thoughts and comforted him. Yang Kai didn't say anything and directly ignited the 10 drops of yang liquid in the dantian. The true yang yuan qi in his meridians suddenly surged and rushed into Su Yang's body. Ah! Su Yang couldn't help but cry out in alarm. She didn't know how Yang Kai could suddenly erupt with such a huge amount of yuan qi. With his initial element boundary 8th stage, it was impossible for him to have so much energy. Just as she cried out in surprise, another energy not inferior to the previous one poured into her body. Then, another one. With the eruption of 30 drops of yang liquid, Yang Kai's meridians had reached their limit. Bursts of soreness and pain came. He was afraid that if there was a little more, his meridians would burst. If it weren't for the joyous unification art, Yang Kai wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. Each drop of yang liquid was the crystallization of his yuan qi. If one were to explode, it would fill up his meridians. Normally, if 3 drops of yang liquid were to explode at the same time, there would be problems with his meridians. But now, all the yuan qi was coexisting in his and Su Yang's body. With her strength, she could naturally withstand the influx of 30 drops of yang liquid. Chapter 156. Opening her eyes, she saw Yang Kai smiling proudly at her. Su Yang's beautiful eyes flashed as she lowered her head and gently bit his shoulder. It tickles. Yang Kai said as he shook his shoulder. I found that you have a secret. Su Yang smiled. Has anyone ever told you that your smile can make the heavens and earth lose their color? Yang Kai looked at her with a dazed expression. Su Yang's face reddened as she reached out and tucked a few strands of hair behind her head, whispering, from now on, I will only smile for one person. Yang Kai felt that this happiness was heavy. Cultivate first. Yang Kai calmed himself down and said. Su Yang nodded slightly. The 30 drops of yang liquid were quickly swallowed up by Su Yang's ice attribute qi, and when they returned to Yang Kai's body, they were directly absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton. This discovery made Yang Kai happy. Yang liquid was very important to him, but the unyielding golden skeleton was no less important. This kind of transformation between yuan qi and energy was something that Yang Kai was happy to see. Just like before, Yang Kai once again exploded 30 drops of yang liquid, but the swelling sensation he was supposed to feel didn't appear. Frowning, Yang Kai once again exploded 5 drops of yang liquid, and the familiar swelling and soreness began to spread. After cultivating for a while, his meridians had become much wider, otherwise, it would have been impossible for such an effect to occur. The joyous unification art, dual cultivation secret art, is really powerful. Waiting until the energy from these 35 drops of yang liquid had been absorbed by Su Yang and returned to her own body, where it was absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton, Kai Yang's body slightly shook. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept up within the hall, blowing up the 2 people's clothes that were scattered on the floor. An invisible aura suddenly erupted with Kai Yang as the center, and visible to the naked eye, ripples of energy spread out in all directions. After a long time, this abnormality gradually subsided. Another breakthrough. Initial element boundary 9th stage. It had been less than a day since his last breakthrough. Su Yang also noticed this, and her pretty face filled with joy at being able to rejoice with Yang Kai. Yang Kai was calm, but there was a faint expectation in his heart. He wondered if he would be able to break through to the Qi transformation stage with this dual cultivation. He pondered for a moment. Yang Kai found himself in a bit of trouble. He had spent 65 drops of yang liquid just to break through a minor realm, and this was the yuan qi energy he obtained from dual cultivation with Su Yang. Compared to pure yang liquid, it was much more precious and pure. Even if he used up all of the remaining yang liquid in the dantian, it would not be enough for him to break through to the qi transforming stage. But no matter what, he had to do his best this time. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai exploded another 50 drops of yang liquid. As the secret art circulated, it was sent into Su Yang's body. Su Yang's heart trembled. When Yang Kai's body first erupted with a huge amount of true yang yuan qi, she was already extremely shocked. When the second eruption occurred, she was somewhat numb. This was the third eruption of terrifying energy. It made her unable to calm down again. Where did he get so much yuan qi? Although she had doubts in her heart, Su Yang did not ask. She only felt a faint sense of relief in her heart. Because this was the man she had intimate contact with. If there were no accidents, she might spend the rest of her life with this man. The stronger he was, the happier Su Yang would be. After a full 3 days, Yang Kai and Su Yang finally finished their first dual cultivation journey. 3 days was long enough. But when the two of them became one, only a brief moment had passed during the fusion of their divine souls. 3 days later, the two of them both woke up. Su Yang could clearly feel that after this dual cultivation, the ice chi in her body had become purer and purer, more than a grade higher than before. This discovery, it diluted the regret she had for losing her virginity. Looking at each other, Yang Kai's face was full of smiles. Su Yang blushed. When she was immersed in cultivation, she did not feel anything. But now, she was ashamed of herself. She was sitting on Yang Kai in a very embarrassing position, her hands wrapped around his neck. The two of them were naked, facing each other, and were even closer together. A hot and hard feeling filled her lower abdomen, filling her body and mind. Su Yang could even feel a rhythmic beat coming from there. Every beat made her heart feel numb, and her whole body went limp, as if she was struck by lightning, unable to summon the slightest bit of strength. She had never thought that she would one day stay in this position with a man for 3 days without moving. She had thought that after cultivating the Ice Heart secret art, her body and mind would be frozen, and she would be alone for the rest of her life. But now, because of an inheritance, a dual cultivation method, she had an inseparable connection with a man she was not very familiar with. She could not describe what kind of feeling it was. There was a sense of loss, but also a sense of joy and happiness. Plucking up the courage to look at Yang Kai, Su Yang's eyes were full of gentleness. Su Yang. Yang Kai's fiery eyes were full of aggression as he stared at Su Yang's icy face. The dual cultivation method had ended, and the fire dragon and ice phoenix had disappeared long ago, but Yang Kai still felt an irresistible temptation destroying his mind. The impact was like a tide, and the touch of warmth was like a wave, wanting to engulf him. Su Yang pursed her red lips tightly, her hands cupping Yang Kai's cheeks as she lowered her head, gently touching their foreheads together. Don't. Su Yang's voice was filled with struggle and trembling. Because of the connection between their bodies, she could easily pry into Kai Yang's thoughts. At this time, refusing him required a great deal of determination. I'll help you break through first. As soon as her voice fell, a surge of yuan qi flowed from Su Yang directly into Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai's mind focused as he hurriedly held his breath, restraining the fire and madness in his eyes. He quickly circulated his secret art and received the energy from Su Yang. Yang Kai didn't refuse. Although doing so wasn't good for Su Yang and might cause her strength to drop slightly, Yang Kai could feel her sincerity. The yuan qi in his meridians was already full, and with the impact of Su Yang's energy, it was even more swollen. A soreness spread over, but Su Yang did not stop. She could sense where Yang Kai's limit was, so naturally, she would not let her actions hurt him. The yuan qi in her body gradually became more violent, forming a wind around the two of them. After a while, when Yang Kai's limit was reached, Su Yang did not dare to send in any more yuan qi. Continue. Yang Kai closed his eyes and said in a muffled voice. But, continue. Su Yang gritted her teeth and obeyed Yang Kai's wishes, once again pouring in her own yuan qi. The two of them had cultivated the joyous unification art, so the yuan qi in their bodies would not be lost during the exchange. This was an advantage that no one could compare to. After a long time, the yuan qi from Yang Kai's body became more and more violent, and the pain in his meridians was very intense, but Yang Kai gritted his teeth. He allowed his body to tremble and sweat, but he still did not make a sound. Don't stop. Yang Kai roared. Su Yang's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. She did not dare to send yuan qi into Yang Kai's body anymore. She was afraid that he would not be able to take it and damage his foundation, but she could feel Yang Kai's willpower. It was a willpower that wanted to become stronger, because of his willpower to become stronger. If it was before today, perhaps Yang Kai would not be so anxious, but now that the two of them had a physical relationship, and the gap between their strength was so big, how could Yang Kai be satisfied with the current situation? Men have always wanted to protect women. If he wanted to protect Su Yang, he had to become stronger than her. These were Kai Yang's thoughts, and Su Yang had also seen this, causing her heart to stir. After struggling for a long time, Su Yang continued to pour in Yuan Qi. The Yuan Qi continued to fluctuate fiercely, gradually becoming more and more violent, like an unruly person. It did not want to be bound by Yang Kai. It was desperately struggling to break away from Yang Kai's meridians and regain its freedom. Su Yang stopped. She knew that Yang Kai was at the point of breaking through. When a cultivator's Yuan Qi showed this situation, it was a sign that they were about to break through to the Qi transformation stage. At this moment, Yang Kai's painful expression disappeared. The soreness in his meridians also disappeared. The continuous pouring of large amounts of Yuan Qi did not cause any damage to him. Instead, his meridians became wider and tougher, enough to accommodate the Yuan Qi. The shackles of heaven and earth were within reach. This layer of shackles was the power of heaven and earth that prevented Yang Kai from breaking through, just like the last time when he broke through to the initial element stage. Once he broke through this layer of shackles, he would be able to break through to the Qi transformation stage. Yang Kai carefully sensed it, his mind immersed in his comprehension. As he comprehended, his expression became calmer, but the Yuan Qi in his body became more and more restless. A surge of energy seeped out of his bones, causing Yang Kai to once again be filled with evil Qi. Su Yang was secretly shocked, but did not dare to disturb him. After a long time, the evil Qi retracted and disappeared. At this moment, the Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body was extremely violent, but he slowly opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. Qi transformation stage. With Su Yang's help, Yang Kai successfully broke through. Boom! A loud sound, like a thunderbolt in a clear sky, shook the entire heavens cave inheritance. The wind and clouds changed, and the energy in this strange space fiercely gathered in the main hall, and then poured into Yang Kai's body. This was a blessing that every cultivator would receive when they broke through a big realm. The power of heaven and earth would strengthen the cultivator's body, tempering the flesh and bones, making the cultivator's body stronger. As for how much benefit one could receive, it all depended on one's own efforts. The last time when Yang Kai broke through to the initial element stage, he also enjoyed it, but this time the power of heaven and earth poured into his body was much more powerful. When he opened his eyes, he saw Su Yang's worried gaze. Yang Kai smiled, "I have something for you." As he spoke, he immersed his mind, and divided half of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew that had been stored in the unyielding golden skeleton, and sent it into Su Yang's body. A cold feeling came, and Su Yang's face lit up. "What is this?" The 9 yin yuan condensing dew. It is said to be very useful for Yuan Qi cultivators. Yang Kai's hands wandered around Su Yang's smooth back, and his mouth said seriously, "You refine it, I'll temper my body." "Okay." Su Yang nodded meekly. Although refining the 9 yin yuan condensing dew like this would definitely not be as effective as refining Xia Ningchang, it was still a heaven and earth spirit treasure, and could more or less increase Su Yang's strength. As long as she could use 20% of its effect, it would be enough to make up for Su Yang's loss in helping Yang Kai. Chapter 157. It was another 3 days of boring cultivation. In fact, Yang Kai had already completed his own refinement 2 days ago. Half of the heaven and earth's power was used to refine his flesh and bones, making his body stronger enough to withstand the impact of Yuan Qi. The other half was absorbed by the unyielding golden skeleton, similar to last time. However, Su Yang was still refining the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, so Yang Kai did not dare to move. He could only endure and maintain this uncomfortable posture. 3 days later, Su Yang's eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes. Her eyes were filled with joy and excitement. Yang Kai's spirit was shaken, and his breathing became slightly heavier. He had been hungry and thirsty for many days, waiting for this moment. Their eyes met, and Su Yang said, "Thank you." When she opened her eyes, she knew that her body had undergone earth-shattering changes. With the refinement of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, not only did it make up for the loss of helping Yang Kai, but it also made the yuan qi in her body much purer. Coupled with the results of the dual cultivation, although her realm did not change, her true strength was at least 30% higher than before. The yuan qi spread throughout her body, and without the need to circulate, it would circulate endlessly. Every cell in her body was bathed in the yuan qi, bursting with unprecedented vitality. Her face was shrouded in a holy radiance, and she looked like a fairy from the 9th heaven. With this dual cultivation, and the refinement of the 9 yin yuan condensing dew, the traces left on her body by the passage of time over the past 20 years were completely healed. Every inch of her skin became like a newborn, snow white, crystal clear, delicate like jade. "Between you and me, do you still need to thank me?" Yang Kai was slightly absent-minded. In the past, Su Yang gave him a cold and noble feeling, but the current Su Yang made him involuntarily feel ashamed of his inferiority. This feeling would not disappear just because the two of them were close. Su Yang also smiled knowingly. This kind of telepathic connection made her feel very warm. There was no need for words between them. They could feel each other's thoughts. "That's right, you just broke through to the qi transforming stage. This stage is very special," Su Yang said with a serious expression. Before she could finish, Yang Kai interrupted her. With a strange expression, he asked, "Do you think that if we discuss the qi transforming stage like this, isn't it a bit wrong?" Su Yang was stunned for a moment before her face flushed red. Yang Kai looked at her and smiled faintly. His waist, which had been stiff for many days, moved almost instinctively, causing Su Yang to let out a low moan. At this moment, she felt as if she had been thrown into the clouds, and before she could stabilize her body, she fell into a bottomless abyss. He had never experienced such ups and downs before. She couldn't control herself at all from the exhilarating pleasure that made it impossible for her to control herself. The young man and woman had never experienced the affairs of the world. Their bodies were extremely sensitive. Even the slightest movement could cause the two of them to feel an extremely strong stimulation. Aroused by her miserable cries, Yang Kai's movements became more and more unbridled. His big hands wandered around her full breasts, kneading and squeezing. He buried his head deeper into her two peaks. Heavy panting sounds could be heard as he gently and violently kissed Su Yang's skin. Su Yang's long hair scattered. Her perky buttocks were straight. She used both hands to tightly hold Yang Kai's head, pressing his head against her chest. Her slender legs wrapped around Yang Kai's waist. Unconsciously, she stiffly twisted her body, welcoming the waves of unbearable pleasure. After a long time, Su Yang suddenly nervously grasped Yang Kai's hair and said with difficulty, wait, what's wrong?" Yang Kai looked up at her, his fierce movements gradually calming down. Su Yang could barely speak. She gasped for breath for a long time before calming down. Her whole body was flushed red, and her eyes were filled with lust. Biting her teeth, she asked curiously, "Just now, did I call out?" "No." Yang Kai quickly shook his head, a serious expression on his face. "You really didn't?" Su Yang asked worriedly. Just now, her consciousness was in chaos, so she didn't know if she had called out or not. "You really didn't." Yang Kai looked at her with incomparable sincerity. "You lied to me." Su Yang saw a trace of smugness and pride in Yang Kai's eyes. Feeling wronged, Yang Kai made a move and her consciousness immediately became chaotic again. Yang Kai hugged Su Yang with both hands, lifting her up and then turning her back to him. Originally, he wanted Su Yang to not maintain that uncomfortable position, but when Yang Kai saw her back, his expression suddenly became excited, his eyes becoming red. That night in Su Yang's small loft, although Yang Kai had seen her hazy back, she was wearing undergarments and the light was dim, so he couldn't see clearly. But this time, up close, not a single piece of skin on Su Yang's body could escape Yang Kai's eyes. This was a back that could steal the good fortune of heaven and earth. Soft and graceful curves spread down from her slender shoulders, first to her waist and abdomen, then to her buttocks, outlining a perky curve that could make one's blood boil. The transformation was so natural, it was enough to make any man who saw this scene go crazy. Not only that, at this moment, on Su Yang's smooth white back, as her skin trembled and flushed, there was a lifelike ice phoenix swimming around, sometimes resting on Su Yang's shoulder, sometimes landing on her perky buttocks, as if it was alive. This was the ice phoenix that had disappeared before. Feeling it slightly, Yang Kai seemed to feel that his back was a little hot. They were still there. It was just that they had turned into this special tattoo. After pausing for a moment, Yang Kai began to move again. The peach blossom spring was overflowing with mud, and a humid atmosphere filled the hall. The sounds of their bodies intertwined with Su Yang's slight gasps for breath, creating a sound that would make one's imagination run wild. The two gave and took as much as they wanted, like fish in water, not distinguishing between each other, inside the hall. The chaotic atmosphere seemed to have not dissipated yet. Yang Kai and Su Yang's clothes were neat and tidy. In front of them was an ice mirror that Su Yang had condensed with her yuan qi. Su Yang sat in front of the mirror, quietly looking at herself in the mirror. The girl in the mirror had tasted it for the first time, and her originally cold face still had an intoxicating blush. Yang Kai stood behind her, tidying up her messy hair. It was silent, but very warm. After transforming from a young girl into a woman, Su Yang's face seemed to have gained a touch of coldness, the ice in her pair of beautiful eyes becoming even more intense than before. Only when she looked at Yang Kai would she do so. This kind of coldness would turn into gentleness. Taking a hairpin from Su Yang, Yang Kai inserted it into her hair. Unlike her usual girly appearance, Su Yang's hair was tied up behind her head, revealing her smooth white neck. This was a hairstyle that only women would have. Beautiful. Yang Kai praised. Do you like it? Yang Kai answered as he stretched out his hands and placed them on Su Yang's shoulders. Although they had already had skin-to-skin contact, when facing Su Yang, he still felt a faint sense of nervousness. This was the feeling that Su Yang gave him before, and he was afraid that it would not disappear in a short time. After testing for a while, Su Yang did not move, so Yang Kai slowly slid his hands down. In the mirror, Su Yang's mouth showed a reproachful smile. Just as Yang Kai's hands were about to reach the peak, she grabbed hold of his hands. Su Yang. Yang Kai leaned over and kissed her earlobes. He found that this place of Su Yang's was very sensitive. It was a forbidden area, a place that could not be touched. Don't. Su Yang dodged in a panic. She knew that once she was kissed by Yang Kai, she would definitely become powerless again, so she hurriedly said, "Let's talk business first." Business? Good. Yang Kai restrained his frivolous expression and sat down beside her. Su Yang used one hand to stroke the face of the man who had taken away her body, her eyes somewhat blurred. After staring at him for a long time, she asked, "How old are you this year?" Yang Kai sniffed, 20. His expression was somewhat unnatural. His eyes drifted, and after saying this, he added, "I'm not lying to you." Su Yang looked at him with a faint smile, not saying anything. Yang Kai suddenly felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, his whole body uneasy. After a while, he helplessly whispered, 15, almost 16. "I'm 20. I'm older than you. You have to listen to me in the future. I'll listen to you for small things, but listen to me for big things." Yang Kai grinned. Su Yang sighed deeply. Her expression was full of love and tolerance, her delicate jade-like hand stopping on Yang Kai's face. "You're too young, it's not good for you to experience this so early. Age is not an issue." Yang Kai raised his eyes to look at her, his eyebrows twitching as he meaningfully said, "You've also experienced it." Su Yang blushed and glared at him. "Don't tease me like this." "No." Yang Kai helplessly said, "You're thinking the wrong way. You're not allowed to always think about that kind of thing in the future." Yang Kai immediately hung his head dejectedly, as if his soul had left his body. Seeing him like this, Su Yang's cold heart suddenly softened, and she softly said, "If you promise me that you won't think about that kind of thing and won't delay your cultivation, I'll come find you once a month. How about 5 times? Yang Kai began to bargain. Su Yang pretended to be cold as she looked at him, not saying anything. Then 4 times, 3 times. Okay, 2 times should be fine, right? Okay, once it is. Yang Kai agreed verbally, thinking that when the time comes, it won't be up to you. As long as I touch your delicate earlobe, won't you be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? It's not that I want to restrict you. I also know that dual cultivation is good for both of us. But your body is too weak. Wait until you grow a little bit, then after a few years, I will definitely not ask you to do this. Su Yang's voice was very soft and gentle. Just endure for a few years, okay? Her serious tone was like a plea. Yang Kai nodded heavily. He also knew that Su Yang was doing this for his own good. These past few years in High Heaven Pavilion had been very difficult, causing his body to be somewhat thin. Su Yang probably misunderstood. Also, you've only just broken through to the Qi transformation stage. I know this. Yang Kai didn't let her continue. Su Yang looked at him and nodded. It's good that you know. This realm is very special. It is the same for every cultivator. You must treat it with caution. As she spoke, Su Yang fumbled around her neck. A moment later she untied a jade pendant and put it around Yang Kai's neck. Chapter 158. Yang Kai looked down and found that the pendant was just a square piece of jade, but it was cool to the touch and had a calming effect. This is a piece of frigid ice jade essence. I've been wearing it since I was young. After so many years, it has absorbed a lot of my Jin Yuan. Keep it with you. At a critical moment, it will be useful in suppressing your Jin Yuan. Does this count as a token of love? Yang Kai looked at Su Yang and smiled. Su Yang's cheeks were red as she nodded gently. Hearing this, Yang Kai hurriedly searched his body, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find anything useful. The most valuable things he had were the Soulbreaker All and the Yin-Yang Monster Ginseng. He couldn't give the Soulbreaker All, it was too evil, and it contained the old demon's soul. Giving it to Su Yang would only harm her. The Yin-Yang Monster Ginseng was fine, but it was only a heaven and earth spirit treasure, so it didn't have the meaning of a token. He sniffed and said awkwardly, I'll give you one in the future. Su Yang smiled. The 9 Yin Yuan condensing dew you gave me is enough. You're the best. Yang Kai said sincerely. Don't praise me. When you praise me, my heart starts beating so fast. Su Yang gasped for breath as she clutched her chest. After cultivating the joyous unification art, her ice heart technique had no effect on Yang Kai. It was as if he was her nemesis. Every word, every action, and every move he made affected her mind. Heh. Yang Kai laughed heartily. In this world, who could make a woman like Su Yang flustered? He was the only one. Life was like this, what more could he ask for? It could be said that if it wasn't for the opportunity in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, Yang Kai estimated that he and Su Yang wouldn't have much interaction in this life. There was no man in the entire Great Han dynasty who could match her. Even Yang Kai himself didn't think that he was worthy of Su Yang. This was not belittling himself, but Su Yang was too cold and noble. What do you plan to do after leaving here? Su Yang calmed down and asked another question. What do you mean? The road ahead. Su Yang was like a responsible parent, thinking about things that Yang Kai would never consider. And our relationship. I don't understand. Yang Kai frowned. Make it clear. Su Yang smiled sweetly. Let's put it this way. I have thought of 2 paths for you. The first is to publicize our relationship. With my status and identity in the sect, as long as our relationship is publicized, you will definitely be nurtured by the sect. You won't have to worry about contribution points anymore. In the future, you can easily obtain martial skills, medicinal pills, and secret treasures. Are you testing me? Yang Kai smiled at Su Yang. The latter shook his head slowly. I'm serious. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel moved. He could imagine what kind of uproar it would cause in the sect if his relationship with Su Yang was made public. He and Su Yang, one on earth, one in heaven, they were originally an impossible pair. If they really appeared in front of the world, Yang Kai would naturally be envied, and Su Yang's situation would definitely not be any better. Without even mentioning the obstruction of his elders, even his fellow brothers and sisters would definitely spurn Su Yang's choice. Yang Kai hadn't expected that Su Yang would be able to face the gossip of the world so calmly. You don't need to feel any psychological burden. I'm just creating the conditions for my man to cultivate. Yang Kai recovered and said seriously, this proposal is very tempting, but it's not suitable for me. Su Yang seemed to know he would say this and looked at him indifferently, smiling lightly. Yang Kai clenched his hands and stared at his fists. I will rely on myself to fight for everything. Relying on you is not what I want. Su Yang smiled. Although I am a little sad to hear you say this, I am also very happy. Then you can only take the second path. Yang Kai smiled. Yes, I will grow as fast as possible. The second path was to rely on himself. I will wait for you to protect me, Su Yang said softly. It won't be long. Yang Kai picked up Su Yang's hand and kissed it. After a pause, he suddenly remembered something and raised his head. Su Yang, after leaving this place, I'm afraid you will be in trouble. Huh? Su Yang was puzzled. Yang Kai seriously analyzed. The disciples of the three sects came here for the inheritance. After killing the 9-monster beast, we activated the array and revealed the inheritance. The disciples of the three sects have 700 to 800 people, all of whom have climbed the endless stairs and experienced the test of cold and heat. Your strength is the strongest among the disciples of the three sects, and you also practice a cold attribute secret art. What do you think those people are thinking now? Su Yang was stunned. She was only thinking about Yang Kai and didn't think about what would happen to her. But after hearing Yang Kai's words, she suddenly realized, they will think that I have already obtained the inheritance. Yes, I think many people think so. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Su Yang smiled confidently. They can think whatever they want. Even if I didn't obtain the inheritance, I don't have to explain anything to them. It's best not to admit it. Don't admit it to anyone. This is a serious matter. I think the appearance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance will not only involve the three sects nearby. Hearing this, Su Yang became serious. She could ignore the experts of the three sects nearby, but she couldn't ignore the experts of the Dark Han dynasty. Once someone set their eyes on the inheritor, Su Yang would only be in trouble. She nodded heavily. I understand. She was relieved that the three sects would focus all their attention on her. This way, Yang Kai wouldn't be suspected. Everyone thought that the inheritance would only be obtained by one person, but they didn't expect that the inheritance would be shared by two people. She looked at Yang Kai with some admiration. You're thinking too far ahead. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. It's just that I'm used to seeing how those great forces act like a rare commodity and their methods of winning over others. Su Yang looked at him in a daze. His words were said with a sense of vicissitudes. She suddenly felt that this junior brother was a person with a lot of secrets. I'll tell you next time. Yang Kai patted Su Yang's hand. Yes, it's fine even if you don't tell me. Su Yang nodded. All right, let's go. There's nothing else here. Yang Kai stood up. This hall was very spacious. Other than the huge energy ball from before, there was nothing else. After the two of them obtained the inheritance, a light screen appeared. It should be able to teleport them out. Holding Su Yang's hand, Yang Kai plunged into the light screen. When the two figures disappeared from the hall, the Heaven's Cave inheritance suddenly emitted a cracking sound. It was like a mirror falling to the ground and smashing into pieces. Immediately, a crisscrossing crack appeared in the chaotic world. The disciples of the three sects who were still in the Heaven's Cave inheritance were scared out of their wits. They didn't know what was going on. Just as they were at a loss, an unknown energy wrapped around them and slowly floated into the sky. Since the opening of the Heaven's Cave inheritance, the experts of the three sects had been stationed here, anxiously waiting. Now, almost a month had passed. During this time, many disciples had come out of the Heaven's Cave inheritance one after another. These people were either injured and couldn't hold on any longer, or exhausted and didn't want to stay in there any longer. From their words, the experts of the three sects more or less understood the situation inside. Especially when some disciples appeared in the past few days, the experts of the three sects became more and more anxious. This was because they had received news that the inheritance had appeared, but they didn't know who would obtain it in the end. Every sect was looking forward to their own rising stars, but they were also worried about their own gains and losses. High Heaven Pavilion's Su Yang and Xiahong Chen, blood groups Hu Jiao and Long Jun, Stormhouse's Fang Ziki, these were all outstanding talents of the younger generation. There was also that crazy old man's female disciple, High Heaven Pavilion's Xia Ningchang, who may also obtain the inheritance. However, that crazy old man was very carefree. After waiting for several days in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, he saw that his disciple hadn't come out, so he left alone. Until now, he hadn't appeared again. What an irresponsible master. The experts of the three sects silently criticized Meng Wu Ya. Because of the existence of the inheritance, there was a subtle hostility and competition between the experts of the three sects, especially the people of the blood group. These people criticized High Heaven Pavilion's and Stormhouse's robberies while cursing Meng Wu Ya's unreasonable behavior. If not for the latter's battle with the experts of the blood group, how could the existence of the Heaven's Cave inheritance be exposed so early? This was the wealth of the blood group R. But now, the other two sects had forcefully interfered. Although there were compensations, what was that little bit of compensation in front of the inheritance of a powerhouse? Damn it! These days, Hu Man cursed until his lips bled. He didn't dare to curse Meng Wu Ya, so he cursed Long Zai Tian and Long Hui. If not for that little bastard provoking Meng Wu Ya, how could there be so many troubles now? Die, it's good that you died. If you didn't die early, I, your father, would have cut you into thousands of pieces. Long family is nothing. Not only did Hu Man not like the Long family, but the other experts of the blood group were also full of resentment because of this matter. Long Zai Tian knew that he was in the wrong, and a month ago, he was seriously injured by Meng Wu Ya. During this time, he didn't dare to show his face in the mining area and only stayed in the blood group to heal. However, the death of his little grandson, how could this hatred be so easily resolved? Sooner or later, I will make you pay with your blood. Long Zai Tian, whose strength had dropped greatly, secretly hardened his heart. While the experts of the three sects were anxiously waiting, the light curtain of the Heaven's Cave inheritance suddenly trembled, as if a stone was thrown into a calm lake, creating layers of ripples. In the next moment, the light curtain collapsed like a bubble, directly disappearing, revealing the mineral vein below the big pit. Where are the people? Hu Man suddenly became anxious. The entrance of the Heaven's Cave inheritance disappeared, but the disciples of the three sects did not appear. His two daughters were still inside. Where did they go? Not only was Hu Man anxious, but the other experts were also anxious. The younger generation of elite disciples had all entered the Heaven's Cave inheritance, but now, not a single one had appeared. While they were worried, not far away, there was a scream of pain. An elder of the Stormhouse's complexion changed, and he quickly rushed over. Chapter 159. When the elder returned, he was accompanied by a wounded disciple of Stormhouse. Under the questioning of Xiao Ruo Han and the other experts of Stormhouse, the disciple narrated what had just happened. Not long after, the experts of Blood Group and High Heaven Pavilion also found some disciples of their respective sects nearby. The three parties confirmed and could not help but sigh in relief. They found that the disciples who had entered the Blackwind Forest had already come out, but they were scattered to various corners of the Blackwind Forest. Although they did not know why this happened, everyone felt that this should be the protection of the owner of the Heaven's Cave inheritance. As a result, no one knew who had obtained the inheritance. The experts of the three sects were busy, shuttling back and forth in the Blackwind Forest, looking for the disciples of their respective sects and properly arranging them. The attitude of the experts towards these disciples was very careful, cautious, and much more amiable than before. Because they did not know whether these disciples, who were only at the initial element realm, would in the future grow up to be respected by the people of the world. Even the leader of the bloody battle gang, Hu Man, who had the most violent temperament, was greeting each and every one of the returning disciples with a smile on his face. From arrogance to deference, he kept praising them, saying that they had done a good job and that they would be the pillars of the gang in the future. The disciples of the blood group almost collapsed. They did not know what the master of the blood group was thinking. But there were still many disciples who were moved to tears, on the spot shouting to express their loyalty, pledging to follow the master of the blood group, dedicating their lives to the blood group, willing to sacrifice their lives for the blood group. Human laughed even more heartily. For him, even if these disciples did not obtain the inheritance, they were still worthy of being roped in. Because each of them had more or less obtained some benefits. The experts of Stormhouse and High Heaven Pavilion were naturally aware of this point. They despised Human's hypocrisy, but at the same time, they had no choice but to put aside their pride and ask about the well-being of the returning disciples. The work of gathering the disciples continued for half a day. Many of them directly returned to their sects without being found by their elders. This made the situation of Yang Kai and Su Yang much better. Of course, Su Yang was destined to be suspected. This was something that no one could change. At this moment, Yang Kai and Su Yang. They were currently standing somewhere in Blackwind Mountain. After the two of them stepped through the door of light, they arrived here. Su Yang wasn't very familiar with this place, but Yang Kai had run around Blackwind Mountain quite a few times. He was much stronger than her. After searching for a long time, he finally found the right path. Black Plum Village is just 50 li away from here. Standing on a small hill, Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction and said to Su Yang, "Let's split up, we can't go back together." Su Yang hesitated for a moment before saying. Since he was going to be suspected, he couldn't expose Yang Kai. Yes, Yang Kai nodded. You go back first, there must be a lot of people looking for you now. If you return late, it will only confirm their suspicions. Remember, no matter who asks, do not admit that you have obtained the inheritance. I know. Take care of yourself. Come back as soon as possible, Su Yang exhorted before turning around to leave, but was pulled back by Yang Kai. What's wrong? Just as Su Yang's words left her mouth, a scorching hot breath rushed towards her and hugged her tightly, blocking her mouth. A whimpering sound could be heard. Su Yang softened once again. After a long time, Yang Kai laughed and let go of her. Remember what you said. Come find me once a month. Yang Kai said. Su Yang nodded gently. The two said goodbye, although they knew that they were in the same sect. But there was always a feeling of reluctance. After waiting for a long time, Su Yang stomped her feet and gritted her teeth. I'm going. As soon as her voice fell, she quickly left, leaving behind a pure white figure. Watching her disappear from sight, Yang Kai smiled and shook his head, leisurely walking in the direction of High Heaven Pavilion. Heaven's Cave inheritance. Yang Kai felt that his biggest gain this time was not the inheritance, but Su Yang. A few hours later, Yang Kai slowly returned to High Heaven Pavilion. At this time, the pavilion's disciples and masters had already returned, but there were still some people returning, so Yang Kai didn't attract anyone's attention. However, he discovered a strange phenomenon. When he walked in the pavilion, those senior brothers and junior brothers he didn't know were all very polite to him. Although they didn't come over to greet him, they would still cup their fists from afar and greet him with a smile on their faces. Among them, there was even a High Heaven Pavilion deacon. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel relieved. Those who could return alive from Heaven's Cave inheritance may have a promising future, so how could they ignore him like before? If they greeted him now, they could become friends in the future. Returning to the small wooden house, before Yang Kai had time to organize his thoughts, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Just as he was thinking about who would come, Sassafras's face appeared. Seeing Yang Kai, Sassafras couldn't help but feel relieved. Brother Yang, you also returned safely. Yang Kai felt a burst of warmth in his heart, got up and said, Junior brother, come in and sit. No need, I just came to see if you were okay. Saying so, Sassafras showed a sly smile. I still have to go back and cultivate, ha ha ha. With a long laugh, Sassafras disappeared. Yang Kai was stunned, suddenly remembering that he didn't see Sassafras at the endless stairs. Where did he go at that time? The Beast Soul Cloud opening array made such a big commotion, it was impossible for him not to see it. Unless he had something else to do at that time, Thinking about how proud Sassafras was just now, Yang Kai couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed that he wasn't the only one who received the inheritance. Sassafras, this kid, was pretty lucky. Sassafras left, and before Yang Kai could sit down, footsteps came from outside the door again, but this time, the footsteps were very light, and it sounded like a woman's. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and just as he was hesitating, a green figure flashed through the door. Little senior sister. Yang Kai saw the person's face clearly, and a smile appeared on his face. His wooden house was quite lively today. Sassafras was here, so was Xia Ningchang, and Yang Kai didn't see her in the Cave of Inheritance. Speaking of which, ever since he came back from the Nine-Yin Valley, she hadn't looked for him. Junior brother. Xia Ningchang saw Yang Kai, and just like Sassafras, she sighed in relief. She didn't stand on ceremony, and directly walked in. You're back? Yes, I just came back. Yang Kai nodded. I heard that you also entered the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, but I couldn't find you. Xia Ningchang was still as shy as usual, and after a few sentences, her ears turned red. I saw you enter that day. Treasurer Meng was so majestic. Yang Kai recalled Meng Wu Yai's domineering and arrogant attitude that day, and felt a little strange. Yes, Master let me in. Oh right, I found some young inflammation stones there, and I made some pills for you. Xia Ningchang took out a bottle and handed it over. You need this for your cultivation technique, right? Yang Kai smiled and reached out to take it. Thank you. Xia Ningchang lightly shook her head. No need. Do you want to sit down and rest for a while? No, I just came to take a look. Xia Ningchang hurriedly waved her hand. She really didn't dare to stay with a man and a woman alone. I'm leaving, you rest well. Okay. Yang Kai didn't urge her to stay. You rest well too, don't tire yourself out. Xia Ningchang pursed her lips and smiled, her eyes filled with satisfaction. She turned around, and when she reached the door, she paused, as if she wanted to turn around and ask something, but after hesitating for a long time, she still couldn't muster up the courage to leave. What happened in the Nine-Yin Valley last time was still vivid in her mind. Xia Ningchang could often recall that deep and mesmerizing kiss in her dreams at night. Every time she recalled it, it was as if a lively deer was in her heart, and she couldn't calm down for a long time, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. It was that kiss that left a bloody figure in her heart forever. The feelings in her heart made her even more shy and flustered in front of Yang Kai, but she didn't dare to point it out. Watching Xia Ningchang leave, Yang Kai held the bottle in his hand, his heart filled with warmth. The night passed silently. On the first night of returning to Sky Tower, Yang Kai didn't do anything but sleep peacefully. The next day, he went to Black Wind Trade to purchase some 3-leaved Chaos Spirit flowers and dead Jedi tree grass. He wanted to buy them the last time he came, but the appearance of Heaven's Cave Inheritance in the end disrupted his plans. After the matter of the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, the Black Wind Trade Market didn't become much quieter. Instead, it became even more lively. The disciples of the 3 sects were all competing to discuss the various fortuitous encounters and opportunities in the Heaven's Cave Inheritance, as well as the 9 powerful demonic beasts and the final endless staircase. Most people didn't have the chance to enter Heaven's Cave Inheritance, so naturally they were listening with great interest. Su Yang didn't stay in Black Wind Trade. She was currently in the limelight, so it wasn't suitable for her to leave Sky Tower. Everyone's eyes were focused on her, wanting to know if she had obtained the true inheritance. Yang Kai bought the herbs and tools he needed, and directly left Black Wind Trade. Returning to Sky Tower, Yang Kai went to the coiling dragon stream. The 3 Suns fruit tree where he usually meditated was still swaying in the wind. Maybe in a few years, it would bloom again, but that was destined to be a distant matter. Yang Kai rubbed his hands. He wanted to do something he had always wanted to do, but at that time his strength was too low, so it wasn't convenient for him to do it. Now that he had reached the Qi transforming stage, he finally had some capital. Finding a huge rock nearby, he tied it with the rope he bought. Using the rope, Yang Kai slowly descended to the bottom of the coiling dragon stream. He didn't know what kind of treasure was at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream, but it allowed young Kai to absorb young Qi to cultivate. But no matter what kind of treasure it was, the deeper he went, the stronger the young Qi would become. Young Kai didn't have a big appetite. He didn't want to go deep into the coiling dragon stream to find the treasure. After all, the 11th elder had sternly warned him not to go too deep, because even he would be in danger. That mysterious 11th elder was at least an immortal ascension boundary master. The danger he felt was enough to consign young Kai to eternal damnation and shatter his bones. Chapter 160. Young Kai just wanted to go down a bit more and absorb more young Qi for his cultivation. Moreover, beside the coiling dragon stream, the astral winds howled and the cultivation environment was really unbearable. If he could open up a hole in the cliff, he could avoid the pain of being exposed to the wind and sun. Putting together the rope he had bought, it was enough to support Kai Yang sliding down 1,000 feet. When he reached his limit, young Kai looked down, but the coiling dragon stream was still so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. He couldn't clearly see the situation below. His heart shivered, thinking that if the rope broke at this time, but the young Qi here was indeed much richer than above. Young Kai was very satisfied. Looking around for a moment, he carefully knocked on the nearby rock wall and found a good spot. There was an ancient pine tree growing diagonally on the cliff. The dense pine leaves were like a huge umbrella. If he opened up a space under the ancient pine tree, this tree could shelter him from the wind and rain. It was a natural advantage. Making up his mind, young Kai forced out a drop of young liquid from the dantian and condensed it at his fingertip, turning it into a blade and cutting into the rock wall in front of him. There wasn't much resistance. The sharpness of the young liquid blade didn't disappoint young Kai's expectations, directly cutting through a rock. When young Kai was at the initial element boundary third stage, the blade formed from young liquid could destroy a common grade mid-rank defensive artifact. Now that young Kai's strength had increased by a lot, cutting through the rock was naturally easy. There wasn't much young liquid left in the dantian. Most of the young liquid he obtained in the Heaven's Cave inheritance had been used up when he dual cultivated with Su Yang, so now he only had 4 or 5 drops left. After consuming 3 full drops of young liquid, young Kai cut a hole in the rock wall in front of him that could accommodate one person and entered the hole. Young Kai continued to cut, throwing the cut stones into the coiling dragon stream. After a long time, the sound of stones falling to the ground came from the coiling dragon stream. From this sound, young Kai could roughly estimate the depth of the coiling dragon stream. Calculating in his heart, he was secretly speechless. This coiling dragon stream was probably more than 10,000 meters deep. After half a day, the cave had expanded a lot, and the young liquid in the dantian was also used up. Without young liquid, young Kai couldn't continue to open the cave with his own strength. Taking out a bottle from her bosom, this was the bottle that Xia Ningchang had given to Kai Yang yesterday. Thinking of that little senior sister, young Kai felt a burst of guilt. Fortunately, he didn't do too much that night in the Nineyin mountain valley. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to face. He ate a few pills. After condensing some young liquid, he continued to open up his own cave. While doing this, Kai Yang was filled with energy and excitement, not feeling the slightest bit tired. Looking at the gradually expanding cave, Kai Yang had the feeling of a master opening up his own secret cave mansion. A few days later, young Kai worked hard in the cave. When he ran out of young liquid, he would use the pills refined by Xia Ningchang to replenish it. When he was thirsty, he would drink the morning dew from the pine trees, so he wasn't hungry. When one's strength reached the Qi transformation stage, it was fine to not eat for a month, but after a long time, one would still need to replenish. 7 days later, the cave could be considered to be completed. Young Kai stood in the cave, looking at his masterpiece. He felt a sense of satisfaction. He laughed foolishly. Today's cave was twice as big as young Kai's wooden house. The closest place to the outside was the place where he cultivated. Sitting at the entrance of the cave, he couldn't feel the whistling wind under the coiling dragon stream. He could only hear the whimper of the wind. Compared to cultivating at the top, the environment was much better. Facing the entrance, There was a small stone room on the left. It wasn't very big, and was where Yang Kai prepared to store his things. The 3-leaved Chaos Spirit Flower and dead Jedi tree grass he bought from Blackwind Trade were stored inside. The stone room on the right was slightly larger and was used as a resting area. Inside it was a stone bed that Yang Kai had carved out for himself. The bed was smooth and flat. Yang Kai had carefully polished it for a long time, so even if he slept on it, he wouldn't feel uncomfortable at all. For some reason, Yang Kai cut this stone bed to be very big. It was enough to accommodate 2 to 3 people tossing and turning on it. Cough cough, it's better to be prepared, Yang Kai thought. There was another stone room in the middle. It was empty, but he didn't know what to put it in. This was Yang Kai's cave. Although it was simple, it was very warm inside. Compared to the wooden house, it was even more enjoyable. Generally, no one would come to the coiling dragon stream. In the future, if he had something that was inconvenient to carry, he could store it here without worrying about being found. Thinking about it, Yang Kai climbed up the rope. Along the way, he cut out a place where he could borrow strength. This way, in the future, he wouldn't need to rely on the rope to enter and exit the cave. It would also save him the worry of being found by someone following the rope. Untying the rope around the big stone, Yang Kai returned to the cave. After spending so many days, he had finally created a cultivation place that belonged to him. This kind of cultivation environment was much better than any of the other High Heaven Pavilion disciples. Not in a hurry to cultivate, Yang Kai just sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, enjoying the tranquil warmth. Suddenly remembering something, he reached into his chest and took it out. Yin-Yang Monster Ginseng. This was a spiritual world spirit treasure. Since it was taken by Yang Kai, it had always been in his bosom. It didn't try to escape, nor did it struggle. At this moment, when he took it out, the human face on this world spirit treasure seemed to be smiling at Yang Kai. The old demon had said that this kind of thing could only grow in a strange place where yin and yang qi coexisted. Previously, Yang Kai didn't know why the Heaven's Cave inheritance had a yin-yang monster ginseng, but after obtaining the inheritance, he understood everything. That place was where the yin-yang joyous unification ART's inheritance lay, so it naturally made sense for this world spirit treasure to grow. Reaching out, Yang Kai dripped a drop of yang liquid into the yin-yang monster ginseng's body. In an instant, it absorbed the yang liquid, and its expression became more and more pleasant. With a flash of light, the yin-yang monster ginseng flew out of Yang Kai's hand and curiously wandered around the simple cave mansion. Not long after, it found a place on its own, twisted its body, and took root, a look of enjoyment on its face. Along with the dense light, Yang Kai clearly felt that the yang qi below the coiling dragon stream was being continuously absorbed by it. Even the yang qi around him was becoming richer. It actually has such an effect. Yang Kai was shocked. With a thought, he undid the seal on the Soulbreaker All. The old demon's respectful voice immediately sounded, "Old servant greets young master. Take a look at this yin-yang monster ginseng. What's the use?" Yang Kai asked. The old demon said, "This thing is born by absorbing yin and yang qi. This place is rich in yang qi, so it is a suitable environment for it to grow. However, if you're talking to me, don't beat around the bush," Yang Kai coldly snorted. The old demon trembled when he heard this. Although he had only known Yang Kai for a short time, he was really afraid of him. He had repeatedly sealed his soul inside the Soulbreaker All and punished him at every turn. The old demon had seen Yang Kai's decisiveness and ruthlessness, so he quickly said, "After all, it needs to absorb yin and yang qi. There is only yang qi in this place, so there is no need to worry too much about it in the short term, but as time passes, not only will it not grow, it may even wilt. For it, a solitary yang cannot grow, and a solitary yin cannot grow. This is the yin-yang monster ginseng. It lacks yin qi, doesn't it?" Yang Kai asked. Young master's words are correct. This was easy to deal with. He could just ask Su Yang to come and give it some yuan qi, then it should be able to solve this problem. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai asked with a strange expression, "Previously, if it met a man and woman who were of the same mind, when they were in love with each other, it would automatically split into two kinds of energy and disperse into the man and woman's body, right? Yes, the old demon replied, then was surprised. Chem? Young master, you, cough cough. Before being sealed, Yang Kai was still a child, but after seeing Yang Kai this time, the old demon discovered that he had actually lost the innate pure Yang Qi that he had been born with. This was clearly the result of having close contact with a woman. Who allowed you to spy on me? Yang Kai coldly said. Young master, please forgive old servant, I was only curious. I won't dare in the future. It's best if there is no next time, Yang Kai faintly reminded. Frowning, Yang Kai thought about a lot of things. Although he didn't know the origins of the old demon, he was very knowledgeable and knew a lot about the yin-yang monster ginseng, so what he said shouldn't be a lie. In that hall, when he and Su Yang were in love with each other, the yin-yang monster ginseng was nearby. However, it didn't transform into energy and integrate into his and Su Yang's bodies to bind them together. As such, there was only one explanation, and that was that the feelings between him and Su Yang had not yet reached the point of being of the same mind. Yang Kai could understand this. Although the two of them were already husband and wife, that was done under the guidance of the inheritance, not their own free will. If he really thought about it, if he didn't have the yin-yang joyous unification art, Su Yang would probably hate him for taking her virginity. Even if she didn't hate him, she wouldn't have any good feelings towards him, so how could they possibly be of the same mind? Su Yang hadn't completely opened her heart, and the same was true for Yang Kai. Even if he felt close to her now, he was willing to give up everything for her, including his life, but all of this was the result of the yin-yang monster ginseng ART's special effects. The love between a man and a woman was not something that could be cultivated overnight, nor could it be cultivated through a set of secret arts. One day, even without the yin-yang monster ginseng art, the two of them would still treat each other as the most important person in their lives, and only then would they truly be of the same mind. The old demon's somewhat frivolous voice sounded, "Young master need not be discouraged. Old servant feels that women are generally very easy to coax. Since young master has already obtained their bodies, sooner or later, you will also capture their hearts, this old servant can guarantee with his life. Didn't you die a long time ago?" Yang Kai chuckled. When old demon saw that Yang Kai wasn't annoyed, his courage grew a lot and he smiled. Yes, young master is right. Old servant swears with his soul that women will always have a special feeling for their first man. Young master only needs to use a little bit of skill to make them completely devoted to you. When that time comes, this yin-yang monster ginseng will be able to play a huge role. Old demon nodded. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.